thoughts to myself.
You're fine. I mean, this is just for us. If you guys are more comfortable, I'll publish it under private on YouTube. I've just gone into the habit. Yeah, I've just gone into the habit of revisiting sessions throughout the week while I'm at work or other such things. Just kind of touch up on stuff. Plus, they're fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys all decided to test your mettle, and Cup kind of assigned you guys into two distinct teams. That being the essentially the observation and the interaction squads. That is how Cup is essentially broken it down to. So the observation squad, aka like the scouts, the more subtle guys, include Scopes, Hardhat, and Delphinium. For their separate abilities to kind of interact with the battlefield, and just kind of move the curtain back a little bit for transparency and game mechanics here. Scopes is a sharpshooter sniper. Hardhat is an analyst, and Delphinium is, I think I have her as a scout. So all those kind of complement, data gathering. The rest of the squad being our player characters, right? Consisting of Speedy McJohnson, aka Sparrowhawk, who, because of her almost unparalleled speed, was picked to be a part of the Vanguard, or the interaction team. Excuse me. Also, Dragline was picked for his raw melee prowess. Excuse me, and intimidating form. In case there are any enemies or any other such things that need to be interacted or convinced. I think Dragline's presence will definitely be needed. And then lastly is Doc Marlin, who has proven to be a kind of repair specialist / support to help back up the team. So, all that being said, we now find ourselves, we'll say, I think last we left off, you guys were pretty much talking about your, I don't want to say your origins, but essentially your personal history with one another, getting to know each other. That's not the one.
It works though.
It does. There we go. So after getting to know each other, you guys are arriving at the Lexington. And from the outside in, the Lexington is... Here, let me see if I can wipe some stuff aside here. Yeah. Lexington is very much, I think, the quintessential idea or like platonic mental picture of an air carrier. It is currently closed for tours today, so you guys can essentially interact with the full crew. I'm trying to remember his proper rank, but Guzman, who I think I had down here as, there we go, as Lieutenant Junior Grade Guzman, walks you guys into the doors. And you notice that the vibes of the Lexington are a little different than what you expect. Your typical military, specifically your naval carriers in the Lexington have a very serious, somber mood. But here, because it's the day off, there's a bit more of a festive vibe to it. You have kind of people putting up decorations and other such small things, and as you arrive, there is in fact small little like welcome ribbons and congratulations stuff around. You see people essentially clipped off the graduation hats on like congrats grad decorations. But you were going to say something, Madeline?
No, I said, oh. I love humans.
So that being said, oh, weird. Sorry, one of the songs says I require a browser extension for something. That's fine.
Disgusting.
That sounds fishy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. All these were good.
Hey, can I have a bank password to play this song?
Yeah, just the numbers on your mother's credit card, please.
It's funny little numbers on the back.
Yeah. So things to be kind of calm here on the beach side, with the exception of inside the Lexington, right? There's a bit of a small little party popping off. And Lieutenant Junior Grade Guzman, aka Goose, the radio's ahead and essentially lets everyone know that you guys are coming. Cup himself is kind of leading the charge in his green pickup, and as he arrives, he converts or translates and says, all right, now, should be anyone around for a while. Parking lot's closed, and so is the highway leading here for some construction. And he gestures with his finger quotations, and he says, so feel free to mosey on in and make yourselves comfortable, but also known. Now, Guzman here's your handler, but we'll be reporting to a couple of other people. You're going to want to also meet Commander Freeman. He's kind of the literal captain of this vessel, if you will, and kind of in charge of coordinating with us Autobots and the higher ups on the human end, or at least in what they call a country here. And he leads and he goes, they're a little primitive. They haven't, united as an entire globe yet. He goes on to say, well, so come on in. And as he's going up a ramp, you see there's a small door for humans that people can access. But you guys instead will reach all the way to the top of the flat portion of the air carrier where planes would land and the like. And there is a large, almost silo-like door that can open down the middle. And as that opens, he kind of gestures at an elevator that rises. He says, all right, let's not be shy. What's up?
And in real life, there are various planes and aircraft. Are those on the Lexington here too, or have they been cleared off?
There'll probably be a handful there because this is still an aviation museum, right?
Dragline
so
will
there's
say
still
hello to one of the planes.
Oh my god, I think Sparrowhawk would do the same because she's only ever known Autobots. Like, you'd be like, sees
you guys see how? Yeah.
Oh no, Alex!
We lost Alex.
Never mind, I won't do it.
There we go.
Sorry about that, friend.
That's okay. I know the internet giveth and the internet taketh away. But yeah, so first and foremost, Dragline leans in to greet one of the planes. Sparrowhawk follows suit, tipping her non-existent hat. And the planes stare back at you, motionless.
Weep Grana, weep Niniba.
You know what? First and foremost, everybody give yourself a story point for the beginning of the session. Remember, these are pooled.
Do we keep the ones that we got last time?
Yes, they do in fact roll over.
We've got 6 in total?
I believe they should be 6 now. Now they're pooled, but each of you guys kind of can hold on to one if you'd like. Or let me frame it this way: you can share them back and forth if you'd like to. So right now, I believe Alex used one last session.
Yeah.
For
grabbing or something.
Yeah.
He was in the race, I'm pretty sure.
I believe so. Yes. So you guys would have had 2 from last session. I know, Madeline, you were thinking about one, but if I remember correctly, you didn't use it.
Yeah. Correct.
So you guys get another 3, so you guys are at 5, and Alex, go ahead and give yourself 1 for committing to the bit here. So you guys do have 6.
Oh, thanks.
And this is 6 total, like you were saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So that being said, yeah, you lean forward. The cockpit stares at you emptily, and Cup, who does not have vocal cords to clear, goes, all right, if you follow me down this way, I can show you where you'll be staying, your respective little, let's call them offices or garages, whatever you prefer.
Hops on to the elevator daintily, and then we'll lean over to Doc. And we'll point to the aircraft. After you do the universal greeting, and go, ooh, tough crowd.
Yeah, Dragline will follow suit. He'll get on the elevator.
All right. There's you see a small ensign, small to you guys. He's a human being. You see human ensign come out from behind the back of the plane and go, so. And he goes back onto the wheel and he goes, nice to meet y'all. And you see he resumes to tinker with the wheel. If you guys roll, if you guys roll for culture, you can figure out what he's up to.
Sure.
I'll make the attempt.
Right.
Disadvantage, here we go!
Yeah.
Oh my god, a nat 20! Alright. And I gotta roll again. And 11. That's fair.
7.
So Madeline Sparrowhawk notices that what this person is doing is cleaning the tires here. They are power washing a couple of things. A sight kind of somewhat unfamiliar to Cybertronians, as the Cybertronian methods of cleanliness are vastly different from humans just running like processed lipids to get rid of dirt. It seems kind of strange and alien to you, but he's doing it with such form and dedication that there's almost a noble aspect to it.
I've heard of the human word spa.
So you say that out loud, and you hear from behind you a loud splash as Delphinium comes out of the water, and she goes, "Ooh, am I late? I'm late. Damn." And she rushes up, since she couldn't travel the roads with you guys. And she says, "That's because I don't have traffic. I gotta learn the lay of the land here." Hi guys. And she gestures at everyone else, and the human still cleaning pops up, gives another peace sign, goes right back at it. And with that, everyone crowds on the elevator as the elevator shifts downwards, and you hear a loud as you hear the loud gears kind of churning, supporting the weight of the elevator. And hold on, I'm gonna pull up some stuff real quick. There you go. So as you guys descend downward, you're greeted by more ribbons and the like, as I had mentioned, and with the clipped off congratulations, but instead of saying grad, it just says congratulations. And you see some people have repurposed some letters, and they'll instead say congratulations, bots, with some poorly crafted letters. You can see some people cut some in half and pasted them together again.
Like a ransom note.
Yes, much like a very hospitable ransom notes, if ever there was such a thing.
Sparrowhawk's just touched.
You what?
Go ahead, Alex.
Hello, Alex?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, sorry.
Last thing
Not
I
if you
heard
had
was
something to say.
Sparrowhawk was touched.
Ah, Roger.
Oh, I thought someone else had said something. I thought I cut someone off. My bad.
Oh no, I didn't say
Right.
anything. Dragline is touched internally, though.
So, as you guys come down, Cub says, "All right, I'll introduce you to your offices in a sec. But first, some proper introductions are in order. This is Commander Freeman. She's in charge of things around here. You see a stern woman wearing, of course, her naval officer uniform. Her gig line, for those, or rather, it's essentially the line that is your buttons, your belt buckle, and other parts of your uniform. Her gig line is like immaculate, almost like starched from how stiff it is. She has everything kind of brushed and polished, but more than anything, you see her hair is like perfectly gelled back. You don't know how long it would have taken her to do that in the morning, but however long it took, she mastered it. There's not a single flyaway there. She looks sternly as you guys kind of come down the elevator. You see her eyes are kind of darting between all of you and the mechanisms of the elevator. And as you guys come off of it, she walks forward and salutes you guys.
Aww.
And she says, I hope the afternoon finds you well. I'm Commander Freeman. You can call me Commander Freeman. What may I call you all?
Sparrowhawk. Sparrow for short, Hawk for short. Take your pick.
Regla.
Scopes goes, Scopes. Delphinium goes, I'm Delphinium. This is Siege. And Dark Marlin and Hard Hat kind of look at each other and then almost give each other like the go ahead vibe. Hard Hat will go, well, they call me Hard Hat. And he knocks on his head with his fist.
Audible toom toom.
Yeah, and Dark Marlin says, and they call me Doc Morley. And she goes, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I look forward to working with you, and please, I know you have different amenities to be addressed, but if anything falls short, let my men and I know. We'll do the best we can. And she says, well, I say men, let my soldiers know. Here at the Lexington, kind of an improvised naval base, we're figuring out the rules between Autobot and human interaction as we go along. We've got a few protocols that kind of lay the guidelines. However, I understand that playing by the book can be a bit constraining sometimes. But nevertheless, the rules are there for a reason. That being said, I'll let you settle in, and I'll interact with Scopes. Sorry, not Scopes. That's my bad. So I'll interact with Cup and your commander. The captain of your team, I think, wants to meet you. So I'll interact with the two of them for missions, and they'll interact with you directly. I won't be seeing much of you, as I unfortunately have a lot of commitments with my time. But don't hesitate to ask anything of us or our soldiers here. And she says, I wish you the best, and thank you for your service to our planet, our country, and our city. And she clicks her heels and salutes, and does a flawless about face as she walks away stiffly. And hear Cub go, isn't she something? Kind of reminds me of some of the bureaucrats back on Cybertron. And Scopes cuts him off and says, wait, our team captain's here to meet us. And Cup goes, oh yeah, how could I forget? Yeah, follow me over here. And I'm going to pull up a new map of Lexington.
Hey.
There we go. Which would be the indoors.
This is so cool.
Yeah.
100%.
Hold on. I think
Virtual battle stations. This is my favorite stage. I'm gonna die.
Yeah, so this is actually like a map of the Lexington's tourist map. Here, I'm gonna double the size so that we fit in a little better.
I've been in that theater.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Ooh.
Probably still a little too big. One more adjustment.
Great, now I know where the restrooms are so that I can stalk any humans. I don't have to go pee eventually.
Oh, no.
There we go. That's a little more appropriate. At least give everyone some running room. Yeah, so the rest of the crew, you guys follow Cup, and he says, "All right, well, I'll walk you guys around real quick." Where the fuck is Scopes' bot form? Did I lose it? Oh, there it is. Yeah, so Cup will guide you guys around, and he says, well, here at the back, we have, as you can essentially walk over, he goes, we have the mess deck. This is where human beings consume their fuel. They kind of have a strange ritual about it, but, you know, don't understand it. Just gotta respect it, right? Right over here is our first available, let's call it a room or domicile. And you notice there is essentially the Autobot equivalent of furniture, right? There's a slight little chair, some garage for us to sit into, or kind of alt form into, and a small little work desk. And essentially the way I'm going to flavor this for now is that each of these labeled sections, with the exception of the theater, is going to be available for you guys to kind of make your own little home away from home here at base.
Nice.
If you guys have any preferences, feel free to call dibs now. I know, Madeline, you mentioned wanting to be near the bathroom. So if you want to take the flight simulator or the ship store, you're welcome to.
I mean, in full view of both restrooms, the flight simulator, hand it over.
All right. So you get to watch people both eat and defecate. Not directly, of course.
But
Yeah, yes.
Full view of human life.
Yeah, and the antelope eat the grass, yeah.
Over there is the shadow area. The lights turn off, the custodian clocks out for the day. You must never go there.
Yeah. Next, we have a small little gift shop, which you can see has kind of been relegated to the upstairs for now. So that's another available area there. But before we move on, Madeline, if you want to describe what Sparrowhawk's living situation would be like. Or rather, let me pose this question. How do you think Sparrowhawk spends their spare time?
Okay. Can you, so that I don't take up too much time, can you let me come back to my question?
Sure. Alex, I see there that did you want to claim the hangar bay near the theater?
So if I recall correctly, and it's entirely possible that I don't, Lexington has like cutouts where you can sort of like check out the turrets that are on the side, like those gun emplacements.
Correct.
I think that
much like the virtual battle station, I think is what they dub it up here.
Right.
But there's a few throughout the whole thing, yeah.
Yeah, and so I think that Dragline would probably like post up on one of those. Actually, he would probably be at the port one. So that he would have like a view of the sea.
Understandable. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Okay, for sure. So Dragline eventually settles in at one of the quote-unquote fire points of the ship.
Do you have a conversation with the artillery piece?
You try to talk to it, but no one responds. But instead you hear, yeah, she's a real beauty, isn't she? And you see a human woman who, imagine Michelle Rodriguez type from Fast and the Furious. Her uniform is tied around her waist instead. She's got kind of like grease on her from working on stuff. And she's leaning in the closest thing to a doorway that you guys have in your little rooms. And she says, yeah, I did some work on them a week ago, kind of keeping the lacquer and keeping it nice and oiled. Yeah, man, they don't make them like they used to. What do they call you, big guy?
Dragline.
Yes. Dragline.
And you are.
And she goes, Ensign Caldwell. She kind of nods at you and she goes, I kind of fix stuff around here, usually on an active warship, but I'll kind of keep things shiny, I guess, here in quote-unquote peacetime. You said dragline. Is that like a train?
It is mining equipment.
Oh, cool. Cool mining. Wow, that's yeah, it's time and tried and true tradition. That's something. I'm not used to talking to giant robots. You're gonna have to excuse me a little bit. And you see her eyes are kind of darting. Yeah, they're darting all over your moving parts, and she's kind of looking at you with a fascination. And she goes, "One of these days, if you have spare time, I can take a look and see if there's anything I can, tweak up, or maybe just, learn a bit about you. If you have any questions, I can, do the same for you here."
Dragline is going to cock his head and then nod.
And she goes, "All right, cool. I got things to do, so I'll see you around." She walks out and then stops, turns around and goes, "They give you guys ranks yet?"
Dragline is going to think back on his brief experience. Like, when he touched down to Earth, that wouldn't have been a part of his communications, or was he assigned one then?
No, not at all.
Dragline thinks about it for a sec. He says, no.
She goes, "Right, so no saluting, just see you around. This is the symbol for peace around here." And she holds up a peace sign. And she goes, "Or, if you'd like, sometimes we do this playfully." And she gives you snapping finger guns. She goes, kind of like, the big old blasters y'all have. It's like a playful, yeah, go get him.
Dragline is going to say, "Be careful with those." Then he's going to give the peace sign.
She then stops and thinks about the culture clash she might have just participated in. Nods and goes, "Right." She gives you a peace sign, and you see her walk away. So, Alex, what would Dragline eventually install into his kind of quarters here?
I don't. Am I RTC connected now? Will Discord let me talk to my friends? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So, I don't see him having too many personal effects. Just maybe something from like his mining days. Maybe something from like the intervening time when he went from Cybertron to Earth and like got into various mishaps. But I see those as more like trinkets. If he were like more expressive, he'd probably have like a poster of Megatron that he used for a dartboard, but he's just not.
Okay, definitely understandable. He's a man on a mission, and not much else. All right.
I think he might write, if he can find a stencil, like, "Till all are one."
Oh, cool. Okay. So with that, we'll pan over to Scopes. We'll take probably another vantage point set up with his rifle. Doc will take what was formerly the stage.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, but instead he'll spread out all his tools and stuff on there in case, kind of make like a small operating room. Delphinium will probably take the virtual battle station since it has a bigger window so she can jump out and transform into a boat if need be. And lastly, Hardhat. Hardhat will probably set up over here by the ship's store next door to Sparrowhawk.
Oh yeah, Coolsville.
Yeah. And with that, we have everyone kind of settled in. But before then, we'll have Cup guide you guys to... It's all right. Now that you all know your rooms and everything, I think it's important that we meet our team captain, the one giving us direct orders, speaking on behalf of old Optimus himself. If you guys want to follow over here to the theater, this will kind of also double as our briefing room. It's kind of the closest thing that humans have to like our holographic technology. So as you guys essentially walk into the theater, you see they've removed the entire back row, probably like 4 back rows of seats, so that we can stand and or hang out in our alt forms. The room is a little difficult to navigate, and it does get more narrow as it gets to the bow of the ship. But you hear Cup say, "Without further ado, I want to introduce you to your team captain, Grimlock." And you hear at the front, loud footsteps turn around, and you hear, "Me, Grimlock, honored to be Vanguard of Investigation." And under his breath, Doc Marlin goes, is he serious?" And Grimlock will continue to say, "Me, Grimlock, have excellent hearing," and he chucks he chucks essentially a portal that he was using over at Doc Marlin. I'm gonna have him roll for that.
It's fucked. I saw the last guy get attacked.
Okay, it flies over Doc Marlin as he goes, "Oh goodness," and he goes, "As Grimlock was saying prior to introduction," and he walks over and he says, "Me, Grimlock, honored. Me, Grimlock, assigned position due to competence recognized by Optimus." And he begins a presentation. The first slide is of Optimus kind of looking over his shoulder. And almost, what's that?
I'm sorry. I was like, does he double hand the clicker instead of going, "Padoop," he goes,
yeah, he's just slamming it onto his chest since his other arm can't reach.
Arms.
Yes, yeah, he's still in his dino form. And he says, he goes, "Me, Grimlock, trusted because of ability to lead Dinobots." And he says, "Me, Grimlock, keep Dino Island safe." And he goes on to taking a pause, and you can see he's doing the Obama thing to kind of clarify and realign himself. And he says, "Let Grimlock be clear. Grimlock will also be accommodating to different tactics. However, Grimlock believe and Grimlock know his perspective superior." And Cup goes, "Yeah, he's onto something. Kid's got potential." And he says, "Before Grimlock continue, Grimlock want to personally introduce each other. So Grimlock come up with icebreakers." He slams his pointer or into the next slide. The first one is, what's up?
I'm gonna cry.
Yeah. And he says, "Please begin with sharing name." And it says, "My name is," and then there's a blank. Everyone will go around giving their names, and he goes, "Great, second slide." And he slams the pointer to his chest again. And the first pointer will say, "On my spare time, I enjoy doing."
Oh, I love this.
And he says, "We will begin with you, Scopes." And Scopes says, I like to observe and catalog. Sorry, I got nervous. I like to observe and catalog the Earth creatures." And Grimlock says, "Grimlock also taken by humans." And Scopes goes, "No, the other ones." And Grimlock go, Oh, Scopes, a fan of nature. And Scopes kind of nods and kind of leans back, kind of trying to hide behind everyone else's statue. And he goes, okay, Grimlock, grateful for your sharing. Next, we have Dragline.
I have spent some time after my shift hunting Megatron.
And he stops and he nods and he
Question
says,
specified spare time. He has not been on the clock for the time that he has been hunting Megatron. Last job that he had was some million years ago.
Oh god. So yeah, for sure. The brood to end all broods. So Grimlock nods and he goes, Grimlock also spent plenty of time visualizing how to tear apart Megatron. His little dinosaur arms shake with fervor.
Dragline nods.
And he goes, Galvatron, Megatron, make no difference.
This guy fucking gets it.
And he says, Grimlock and Dragline going to be friends. And he then gestures with his pointer that has a laser that now shoots out. And he goes, what about you, Hard Hat? And Hard Hat says, I like to spend time kind of cruising around and taking in the human approach to architecture. Sorry, just saw your note there, Madeline. That was great. He says, yeah, I like to examine human architecture. I got some critiques, but, they're doing pretty good for the time that they've been, sentient. And Grimlock says, understandable. Grimlock taken by the works of Frank Lloyd Wright. And he then gestures at Delphinium and he says, what about you, Delphinium? What do you do in spare time? And Delphinium will say, when no one's around, I like to dive deep in the ocean and just kind of get to know the aquatic wildlife, but also to see how, the effect of Earth's water and the pH levels and how they affect how, land formations form and stuff. She gets a little shy, and here Siege just goes, arr! And she goes, oh yeah, I take Siege for sightseeing, I guess. And Grimlock says, geology is amazing! Grimlock, big fan! And lastly, he says, what about you, Sparrowhawk? What does Sparrowhawk do in spare time?
So Sparrowhawk this whole time has been staring starry-eyed at the hero she grew up hearing about. And so she goes, I like to fly around and I like to watch birds. That's it. She's
So she says that, and Grimlock says, can Sparrowhawk keep secret? And
yeah.
He says, sometimes Grimlock wish he could have wings with which to fly by using superior strength to defy gravity.
That's so cool.
And he says, but Wheeljack refused to create invention. He says not enough material.
I put that on my fucking bucket list. If I find the material, I am expedited shipping this to Railjack.
He says, Railjack claim Earth gravity not supportive because of aerodynamics. And he makes little quotation marks with his T-Rex arms. And he says, thank you for sharing. Next, Doc Marlin, what do you do with spare time? And Doc Marlin will chime in and say, well, I've been recently, over the past half century, analyzing human literature and other performative arts. I have been taken by the works of the civilization they call it the Greeks, and a couple of others. I love the philosophy category. There's a lot of free books, I suppose, because they are old. Um, but it helps me keep a low profile, right? Um, and also, I like the TV show that humans make, this performative, dramatic art that they do in front of a camera and then broadcast. It's very, very, I think, a profound look at human interaction and their ability to persevere past a whole manner of circumstances. It's called MacGyver. I am a huge fan, and I think it holds the secret to interacting with humans on a profound level. And he kind of takes a step back, and Grimlock says, "Grimlock think TV make brain dead, but will respect your passion." And with that, Duck Marlin nods, and he says, "But to continue now that we are actual team who knows about each other. Thankfully, Cup has documented your strengths and room for improvement. Grimlock has done the honorable thing as leader to give you time to express yourself. Next," he slams the slider into his chest. The pointer into his chest. And he says, yeah, and he says, "Next order of business." And he says, "Observation team, Grimlock would request that you investigate a facility by Oso Creek. Grimlock have reason to believe Decepticons up to no good." He says, "Once information has been gathered, you must return to base and have the interaction team take the lead." And he says, "In the meantime, please feel free to settle into your domicile quarters. Grimlocks recommends getting to know the humans on this vessel. Some of them are amusing." And he waddles over. You hear the loud footsteps kind of crash. The boat, the metal solid iron boat, will creak under his footsteps. And he says, "Secondly, take time to get to know City, to respond quickly and understand which routes are fastest and attract the least attention." He says, "Grimlock recommends subtlety above all else." And he waddles over one more time, and he says, "Lastly, Grimlock's orders for the week. Be kind to yourself and others. Team dismissed." And you see Cup just clap, and he goes, "Optimus was cracking. I didn't see it all along."
Fueled from her eyes.
And Grimlock says, "If you excuse, I have a hot cup of diesel to consume." And he waddles over to a little podium with what seems to be the Autobot size equivalent of a coffee cup that he just blows on and begins to consume into his snout. And Cup turns to the rest of y'all and says, "Well, y'all heard him. Feel free to settle in. We'll observation team, feel free to hang back a little bit, and I'll give you guys some of the details, and we'll have you guys roll out. Interaction team, feel free to make yourself at home here. This will be a new home for a while until our other base is ready. So, settle in, talk around, have some fun." When he says fun, he hesitates to speak afterwards as he looks at Dragline. He goes, "Fun, or keep yourself busy." Yeah, we'll check back with you guys in a little bit. Go on, get out of here. And he gestures at the open door. Doc Marlin will kind of transform and roll out in his vehicle form to the center of the Lexington.
Nice. Slowly
yes.
follow out with him. Oh, that's all.
Okay.
Oh, I go, that was Grimlock. That was Grimlock. Like, no one else.
And
that was
yeah. And Doc Marlin goes, yes, that was in fact Grimlock. That was intense.
It wasn't in any of the movies.
I think he might have been in one of the Michael Bay ones. I'm not sure though.
It wasn't any of the movies that I watched.
Yeah. Doc Marlin says, I'm pretty sure he was one of the last ones, but by then a lot of people would just kind of check out and see the explosions. Which, speaking of, I need to prepare. He transforms and begins to arrange the aforementioned sheets that Cub had prepared for him. And he goes, I need to kind of create a small little station here for some, potential operations and the like. So Doc will begin to kind of fix stuff up. And if you guys want, you can have essentially a day for your Autobot to kind of settle in. If you guys want us, I will give you guys, let's say, 2 interaction, or like, let's say, something for you, 2 scenes to either set up your domicile, and if you can explain if it would affect you in any way, shape, or form, I can give you a potential upshift for a skill. For example, if you decide to spend your time kind of racing around town, that would affect your ability to kind of navigate. Or if you spend time like working on your weapon, I'll give you like an upshift on it, so on and so forth.
Okay. Alex, you first?
Well, that actually, the former idea was what I had been planning to do. So I think that Dragline would move to where the walkway originates in the ship, transform into a train, and then very slowly like move along via gear, so it's not too like get in anyone's way. Potentially, perhaps even mistaken for a trolley to take people back.
Oh, nice.
I'm not sure if he would detect that, let alone mind. But yeah, he would probably like start in a kind of a grid pattern.
Okay, and this is to get to essentially North Corpus, correct?
To get.
Okay, for sure. So go ahead and give me 3 alertness rolls just to see what you take in.
Sounds good. Okay, alertness. And I actually put one in that since last time. So
Nice.
Just making regular rolls. Moving up in the world.
Hey.
Okay, so that's gonna be a 3, a 7, and a 12.
Okay. So with those rolls, you get to kind of get a lay of the land. You realize that Corpus has a lot of kind of water going through it, right? With 1, the actual Corpus Christi Bay, 2, the Gulf on the other side of Mustang Island, 3, the sort of causeway, I believe. It kind of goes between Mustang Island and a chunk of Corpus, and then also what's referred to as Oso Bay, and then Oso Creek, that kind of runs along, kind of almost walling off Corpus from other portions of Texas. So that being said, you get a general lay of the land with your 3 and your 7, but with your 12, you get to really get to know the highway system, and you understand that highways have a lot of traffic. So they'll probably see you the most, but you do know that they're pretty fast. but you essentially learn some kind of alternate routes to travel between the Lexington and along. I'm going to give you a highway here. Along 286, which goes north to south.
Okay.
For the most part. So if you're looking at the map of Corpus, in fact, here I think I can screen share. I forget Discord does that. Okay. There we go. So if you're looking at the Lexington right over here. Oh, I heard something drop. Am I still good? I'm still good. Okay. If you're looking at the Lexington here, you essentially learn to take down Highway 286 a bit later. That lets you go north to south fairly quickly. So whenever you're making rolls to travel along that highway, you can do it with an upshift.
Awesome. Yeah, he'd probably go like memorizing his route. Maybe like if there is an accident, like a blockage in the highway, maybe like transforming to move it out of the way.
Nice.
Yeah, just a train on the highway. Nothing special.
Perfect. Yeah. Yeah, so you'll be avoiding, or sorry, one thing I mentioned is you'll learn how to avoid the highway pretty much, so that you can be just as fast, but without, drawing attention to yourself.
Sweet.
Yeah. Madeline, what does Sparrowhawk do with his spare time?
A couple things. One, I need to describe her room. May I go ahead?
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay. So there are like 3 basic things that she'd have. Since she has like 3 in brawl and 5 in targeting, she'd need like a dummy. So I'm just imagining like chains wrapped up in more chains, and then she'd have tools basically to give herself a tune-up, and she has some difficulties because her hang-up is distressed with her rotoblade, so she frequently does maintenance there, but otherwise, so tool for maintenance, dummy, and the other one is her old contacts from her information agency, particularly her mentor. So
okay.
The one who gave her rotoblades. So a communications device, even if it's just like a ham radio.
Okay, sure. Yeah, we'll say that it's the Cybertronian equivalent of it, right? It's kind of a almost looks like a tape cassette recorder with a bit more bells and whistles to it.
Woo! But for interactions, she wants to go and get to know the pilots, because if she flies around now and not in like a formation, even though it's a military base, it probably people are off today. So she doesn't want to appear too conspicuous being the only black jet flying around.
Okay, for sure.
So, go make friends and find out what their flight schedule is so I can fly with them.
Right, so you do some target practice and feel free to take an upshift on targeting for the next quote-unquote day or the next quote-unquote outing we have, or at least for pretty much for the session. Remember, that's an upshift and not advantage, right? Because I know that's something we're all getting used to. But yeah,
upshift is just going from like D10 to D12, right?
Correct.
Okay, cool. Sick.
Right. So with that, you go around and meet some more of the pilots. You see Guzman is talking to a couple of the people at the, since you're right across the mess hall, you'll be able to interact with them there. You kind of squat.
I have you.
yeah, there's Squatter Neil at the end of the table. And you see Guzman introduces you to a couple of other pilots. You have, let me come up with some names here real quick. Man, hold on.
No worries. I am writing down, or I have my keyboard ready to write down names, because like a fool, I didn't bring pen. Pen? A pen. Did not bring pen. I am Grimlock now.
All right. So as you approach, you meet a couple of other pilots who are all officers, and they introduce themselves in order. So you see another lieutenant junior grade Lynx who kind of salutes you and says, he speaks up and he's kind of got a bit of a mild voice. He goes, "Hi, I'm Lieutenant Junior Grade Lynx. I'm also a pilot here. I'm one of the kind of stunt pilots. I'm one of the Blue Angels." And you see Guzman goes, "Come on, don't be so shy, dude. You're one of the, like you're literally a showman. Come on, man. Where's that pizzazz?" And you see Ensign Brown, who is behind him, a woman with her hair tied up, goes, "Oh, I know where it is." And she puts her hand on his shoulder, and she says, "You think about that little lady man on shore leave?" And he's like, "Oh," and he goes, "Fuck off, Brown." And she goes, "Oh, whatever, dude. I saw him writing poetry the other day." And he gets really red, and he goes, "I was transcribing a part of the creed. Okay, it's." And cutting them off is another lieutenant junior grade Malcaldo who goes, "All right, that's enough, guys. Please, some respect for the literal creature, alien, sentient piece of technology that is a walking miracle here. Nice to meet you. You were Sparrowhawk, right?"
Yeah.
Yes, right. Lieutenant junior grade Malcaldo. We're another one of the Blue Angels here. He kind of nods, and he says, "We were just talking to Guzman here. He's a former pilot, so kind of talking specs about the different birds we've been on." And he stops himself and he goes, "Sometimes we call planes birds because you're familiar with what they look like."
Oh,
right, yeah.
well, that's cool. It's more
Kind of
complicated.
slang. Not that we've actually been inside of literal flesh birds.
I hear it's a euphemism whenever you guys offer, but do you want to be inside me? I can pull that off.
Yeah, he stops and he looks and he goes, I'm pretty sure there'd be paperwork involved for that. So for now, I'm gonna eat my burger here." And he goes back to eating his food, and Lynx goes, "Yeah, Sergeant Makunot isn't really, you know, do much outside of work." Kind of like nods, and Brown goes, "Psh, I'll say." She goes, "I can hardly get this guy to go out for coffee." And he goes,
Oh.
Well, some of us earn our paycheck around here, so keep in mind that we're on taxpayer dollars." And he kind of does the finger guns to the rest of the crew, and Goose goes,
"What's that?" And then does the
yeah, and Goose has to explain. He goes, "I'll take this one, guys." And he goes, "Yeah, so doing this, it's kind of emulating how we use firearms. I believe you guys have blasters and rifles, right?"
Yeah.
So to do that with someone you're friendly with, that kind of insinuates that you are playfully, either letting them take some of the action, or kind of it's a positive affirmation, or sometimes it's kind of like a playful kind of offense to them, almost as if you were children's playing like cops and robbers or something. Do Cybertronians ever start off as children? You just
Oh, that's a complicated question. No. You all start from the embryonic state and accumulate knowledge as you get older.
He kind of nods and he goes, "That's true, yeah."
Is it true? Am I about to say something non-canon? Hey, Alex, I need your do Cybertronians just are they born with knowledge, or are they jacked into basically the Matrix and then they know things?
So it depends by continuity. Like in a lot of times, the Matrix is also that kind of Matrix. Like souls will splinter off from it and stuff. I think that if we were to like take an average, it would probably be that like you were born an adult that has a personality, but not necessarily like a ton of actual knowledge. So that's like more or less what goes into, your body of knowledge, and then like personality changes can and do happen from there. There's sometimes like kid transformers, I think, but I'm drawing a blank on specific examples.
Yeah, like from the research I did, I think Bumblebee was the youngest, but I didn't look up what continuity that was.
Bumblebee, yeah, but I mean, like that's gonna be the case in quite a lot because like he's the kid appeal character usually.
Fair.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would basically explain: we are born as an adult with a personality, and we don't have to learn motor coordination or like the fundamentals of survival. And I equate it to a horse, but you still have to learn the basics, or you still have to go to school.
Yeah, higher education. Yeah. The four of them kind of nod in unison, especially the three Blue Angels. You notice a lot of things they do, like when one picks up their cup, the other two almost instinctively begin to do it, almost as if they're profoundly in sync. And to that, Izuan says, "Huh? We have a saying here on Earth that someone is horse smart and they've got good instincts. It's kind of what I'm looking at with Cybertronians, I guess."
I suppose so. That would make sense.
He begins to scratch his 5 o'clock shadow, and he goes, "Well, I guess we're all learning a bit about each other. What do you want to know about Earth?" And
what's aerodynamics?
yeah, a couple of them pull out napkins and pens, and we'll begin to, as pilots, something they're very familiar with. We'll begin to explain their concept of aerodynamics, right? So with that, we'll pan over to the. Actually, that's it for the PCs. So the others will settle in and kind of work on their areas, and eventually, you guys get a radio communication from Cobb, and he says, "All right, I'm gonna need y'all to meet me here in the center. I think I got a next mission for you guys. Don't worry about the briefing room. This will be kind of quick."
You're actually going to be there, or are we going to have to find you this time?
And he goes, "Very funny, Sparrowhawk. I will be there to make sure that there will be no, let's say, disruption of human activity."
On it.
So you guys meet at the center of the Lexington as Cup calls the interaction team, which will include Sparrowhawk, Doc, and Dragline. The others are out and about still. So Cup begins to kind of inform you guys and goes, "All right, so if you guys observe quickly here on this data pad," he kind of hands it over to you guys, and he says, "Here in front of us, if you look at Alba Rodeo, you'll see it too." He goes, "It seems to be Energon facility in the making. I can recognize some of these kind of assembly factors everywhere. The real question is, where are the Decepticons getting this Energon from, right?" Now, that question's not for y'all to worry about. That question's for the observation team to worry about. But Delphinia mentioned she noticed some drones kind of around the area. So more than likely, interacting with this facility will, let's say, bring some attention to whoever it goes. So figured I'd come to the interaction team, right? He kind of gestures at the three of us. And he says, "But before we do that, I want to run you guys down about how we do requisitions around here. the United States Navy, the group we're currently cooperating with, and who was so kind enough to host us here, and he gestures at the rest of Lexington. He says, has offered to give us some parts that we've been able to kind of reconfigure into Autobot weaponry. And he says, now it's nothing to compared to Cybertronian counterparts, but as the Cubans say, you can't lift a gift horse in the mouth, which I think is important because I think that's how they know they age, I think you cut it open and count the rings. He stopped and goes, that's not important. But what is important is I'm going to get you guys some weapons. And this will be the part where we walk through the requisitions chapter of equipment, right? Now, the way this game handles equipment is that it's essentially on loan for a mission. And there are a couple of exceptions, that being like your integrated weapons like Madeline's rotor blade. So that being said, we can go down here real quick. What do you guys currently have on your character sheets for your equipment?
I hadn't gone through I hadn't gone back through the book section on my stuff, but I know I have standard Autobot equipment, and if I recall from last time, I get 2 grenades, concussion or frag, and I picked frag. I get a shotgun, I get a blaster, and then a couple of other things, but those were like the big things that I remember. Plus, I get my energon weapon, but that's like a part of me.
Yeah, that's built. That's not even integrated. That's like an ability, so that typically doesn't count if I remember correctly. Okay, cool. So
I have 2 weapons.
What's up? No, you first. You first.
Okay. I have 2 weapons built into me. I have a rifle that attaches to my back, and then I have my rotor blades.
Okay, cool. Now, would you guys mind if you can find it on the PDF? If not, I'll find it for you guys. In fact, let me just go through you guys. That's probably faster. So we can see what we're qualified in, because you can request those without having to roll for them. So, Madeline, you are a field commander.
I get limited and ballistic.
Okay. So you can request that without having to roll for it. Have you taken a look at the limited and ballistic lists? Wait, hold on. When you say limited and ballistic, are you qualified or trained for those?
I don't know the difference, but luckily some very handsome man printed off my thing, so I will tell you in a second. I am trained in equipment, training and qualifications. Armor is limited, weapons trained in ballistic and melee. So that is my bad.
No worries. Okay, so whenever you're trained in something, you can request it, and you still have to roll for it in order to gain access to it. However, if you're qualified for it, you always have access to it, pretty much without having to requisition it.
Okay.
Now, it doesn't specify that you're qualified in anything, but if you want to either roll for your armor upgrades or your weapons, you're allowed to do that. Alex, let me look at your roll real quick.
I'm trained in all weapons. I'm qualified with might weapons.
Okay, so you can just have might weapons without having to roll for them, right? Myself as a scientist, I don't think I'm qualified in anything. I think I'm only trained in electric and explosives. So, that being said, let's look at... Here we go. Because we have a budget that we can do before each mission to kind of like mess around with stuff, right? Let's see. Requisition kit. Some missions list how many attempts you can make. Okay, if a mission doesn't list a requisition budget, a super team has a budget equal to 3 attempts per PC, so 9 total for us, and they are pulled together.
Okay.
So choose the equipment you are requisitioning, including any upgrades, make a scope, blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool.
Quick question.
What's up?
If I have items that are attached to me, like they're called interiors, I think? Like you have internals and externals?
You should have integrated hardpoints and external hardpoints.
That's it. Okay, integrated. So do I keep the weapons that are integrated into me?
So yes, you get to, from my understanding, everybody gets 2 integrated weapons. And as long as you're trained or qualified for them, you can have them as a part of you. And they always count as equipped. What do you have right now as your integrated? You have your rotor blade, and what else?
My rifle, but my rotor blade I get with my background. So does that count? Yeah.
I don't believe so, but let me take a look real quick.
I should have 3, in which case I can go look.
It's under influences, under experiment, correct?
Yes. You have 1 additional integrated non-weapon hardpoint. Because of the word additional, but also you no sé.
Yeah, I wanted to say that, but it also says non-weapon, and I think the rotor blades count as weapons. Although I don't want to get too granular here if this slows down gameplay. Where did we see the rotor blades? Yeah, it's under support equipment, so I guess that is technically non-weapons.
You know.
Yeah. I mean, technically, it's not like an obvious weapon, I guess. So you would technically have 2 more integrated hardpoints. Let me see how this game specifies. So you have external integrated, okay. You begin play with 2 integrated hardpoints in your body. Hardpoint locations where weapons and equipment can be installed within your chassis. When you install a weapon to a hardpoint, decide whether it is hidden or needed a free action to deploy. Whether it's hidden in alt mode, needing a free action to deploy before you can use it, or if it's obvious in alt mode. Usable at will, but limiting how often your alt mode is appropriate to the environment. So weapons install integrated hardpoints, reduce their size to integrated and lower their brawn requirements. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. However, you suffer a downshift on attacks. Integrated hardpoints if you moved up to your normal movement this turn. Or down 2 if you moved above your normal movement, such as by pushing yourself with free actions. Okay, so I'm trying to see how reinforcing works, because that negates the...
Gotcha. Negates the...
It negates the down of the down, because whenever you have an integrated weapon, there are associated downshifts with it if you move and fire at the same time. Okay. So in order to reinforce something, you have to spend an upgrade, or try to upgrade it pretty much, which we'll talk about upgrades in a second. So you can either requisition equipment that you're trained in, or also try to upgrade equipment, which follows the same kind of procedure where you have a challenge, you have to roll for it, and if you succeed, you can upgrade said equipment. So I know you guys had access to weapons that were mostly standard, if I'm not mistaken. But starting with Madeline, since your selection is a little more limited, if you take a look at the limited weapons, you can request anything from there, and we can do the check for it. And the check includes rolling to whatever classification it has, right?
Gotcha.
We can do that for the actual things that are provided there, or we can try to upgrade them. You can upgrade either from the standard or the limited category. The limited is harder; you have to roll higher, but still doable. Alex, same goes for you, except your selection is a lot wider since you're trained with everything under the sun. And if there's any might weapons you wanted to request, Alex, you can just do so as part of a qualification for you.
Yeah, I've been looking through them. My Energon blade manifests as a close combat heavy blade. I was pretty happy with it. I'm just gonna look to see if I have the requirements for anything that suits me better.
For sure, or if you're going to upgrade it, we can do that too. I know upgrades for melee, you can either extend it to increase its reach, and I think it's under standard, so that'd be a lower roll for you. I know myself, as a scientist, I can apply a taser effect to my weapons, so that might be something to consider. Yeah.
Okay. I would like to attempt to requisition an element jet, because the requirements are nil.
Interesting. Okay, let me see where that is.
Availability limited. Or maybe I should take an element grenade.
Where had you seen the element jet? Because for some reason the subtitles don't pull up on the search function.
It is page 124 on the PDF, 126 on Google Drive.
I see it now. Thank you.
Top of the page, yeah.
Pointed to search. Okay.
It's not always fine.
So it's under limited weapons.
I'm debating on that.
Is... What's up?
I said I'm debating on that or a cover grenade since...
That makes sense. So for the element jet, you would have to roll for targeting. And since that is under limited, yeah, let me pull up what the roll would be. You have to beat a difficulty of 10 with your targeting.
Alright, well, I roll a d20 and a d10, so...
Go for it.
Oh wait, I can upshift to targeting because of the thing that I took, or the target practice that I did. Is that okay with you?
That's perfectly fine, yeah.
Alright, well, I'm rolling a d12 first. I got a 3. We're off to an amazing start.
Remember, you can try this up to 3 times.
Up to 3 times?
Well, you have 3 points, unless you want to get something else, right? But that's your budget, pretty much.
Shit, okay. I'll try 3 times. I got 5 because I rolled a 2 on my d10. Sorry, d20.
Okay. Yeah.
And I rolled a 2 again on the d20. It keeps trying to be a nat 20, but it's not working. That's a 5, so that's a 7. This isn't gonna happen, boys. I'm gonna try one more time.
Okay.
That's a 19. So regardless, I pass, and I get an 11 on my d12. Thank you.
Okay, so you have access to the element jet, which is a limited weapon. What element did you want to equip on it?
We saw a picture of the facility, right, on the iPad or whatever that he gave to us.
Yeah, I can pull it up again if you want to see it.
Yeah. Like, what I want to try to figure out or discern is that water underneath?
Yes. Under
Okay.
certain points. Yes.
Are we going to have any support from Delphinium?
No, this will be the interaction team only, aka player characters.
Cool. I'm probably gonna do a war crime then and take electricity or something.
Okay. That's fantastic.
Transformers war crime.
All right, so we'll be doing electricity. Just if you want to copy and paste that, or in fact, let me do that for you so we can have it for later instead of having to struggle with this. I'm going to copy and paste it to Discord so that we can understand. There you go. The granular aspects of it, like its range, how it works. It works as a cone, and you can also do a shove with it.
Fantastic.
Now, I see here some things have to reload properly. Let me look into how reloading works in this game, because I have not encountered that a whole lot.
Probably, what is it? What's that game that we played for the king? Take a whole ass fucking turn reloading.
Okay, so here it is. So, reloading says, reloading this weapon is complicated. After firing this weapon, you must spend a move action to reload it after using it again.
That's not bad.
Considering how speed works in this game, that could, to give or take. So let's say someone like Dragline
Like
would have
I
a harder
couldn't
time
do it
using a reload
probably,
weapon. Yeah.
but it might be okay for you.
Yeah. Speed of fucking 8. Zoom zoom, motherfucker.
There you go. All right, and that was your 3 attempts, correct?
That's it.
Okay. And depending on if anyone else has any left over, they could always share with you, right? That's one of the features, is that this is all pooled. But out of respect, we'll let everyone get their individual portions first.
Yeah.
Alex, was there any particular weapon or upgrades that you were eyeballing?
Yeah, I was looking at the extended upgrade to begin with.
Nice.
Yes.
That's under standard upgrades, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. That's the one that you had recommended. Standard weapon upgrades, yeah, extended.
All right. Now for that, I believe since it's an upgrade, and you're qualified with might weapons, correct? Yeah, see, here's the part of the rules that I'm unsure about. Ability standard. Okay, I think you still have to roll for all upgrades.
Okay.
But the weapons themselves are free. So let's have you roll for a standard upgrade, which is a pretty low. Oh, never mind. The difficulty is literally 0. So you get it. That'll count as one of your budgets, though. So you have 2 leftover requisition points. So yeah, I don't know what it's like for you since you're using. Are you extending your built-in weapon?
So that's a question that I had. Because there are a couple of others that I was looking into.
Yeah.
And they mention, well, for a couple of them, they mention not being able to. It can't be applied to a weapon that has the energy trait. But also I can just have might weapons, so I think I might just like get like a short axe or whatever the equivalent is of the close range heavy blade, and then just do this to that.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, that way you can have like a whole arsenal. That'd be rad.
So yeah, that's one of them. The other that I was looking at, how does it work for how can we tell like to what degree we're able to pick upgrades? Because like there's one under there's one I was looking under that's prototypical. Oh man, I completely lost it. But basically it's one that gives your weapon the electromagnetic trait. Oh, disruptor.
I think it's disruptor. Yeah.
That's prototypical. So how do we tell like what we are able to get for upgrades?
For sure. So upgrades, anyone can, from my understanding, anyone can try for them, except the DC is harder for each. So I'm gonna, I can't copy paste a chart. I think I'm gonna try it though. Or if you go to page 117 on the PDF, there is a small chart there for availability.
Okay,
And,
117.
Yeah, and that was under theoretical, right?
Yeah, prototypical, I think, was how they put it.
A prototypical.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you literally have to beat it. Oh yeah, thank you. You would have to beat a DC of 20 for a prototype.
Okay. All right. Sweet. Okay. The other one then that I was looking at was traumatic, which I believe is restricted in their 415.
Yes.
Okay.
And you have to have a blunt weapon, and then you can
Yeah. So I guess like the base weapon that I'm requisitioning is like basically like a club. That is then extended because of the low DC of that one, and I suppose I'll try for traumatic and then for disruptor.
Okay.
And
so for traumatic, what's up?
Oh, go on.
No, I was gonna say traumatic. Yeah, you have to beat the
15.
What's DC 15? Yeah.
And then is it just a flat D20, or is it the skill that you roll with the weapon, or what is that?
That's a good question. Let me look into how they handle upgrades, because let's see. Because I think in the bit about requisitions. Okay, so because upgrades are generally attached to weapons, the way upgrades work is that you would roll for whatever that weapon requires. So in this case, if you're using, let's say, a weapon you use might with, you would roll for your might, pretty much.
Oh, sick. Okay, that's really handy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is good news for Alex.
Yeah, just a little bit. So I'll try for traumatic first for the.
Did his audio die?
I think
I looked it up.
So
for that, 27.
Okay, so for sure you get the trauma upgrade, right? I believe for it.
Yeah. No.
Which literally affects the smarts defense stat. That's how the willpower works. So you're literally making people dumber by fucking just bonking them, which I'm delighted by the concept of.
Scrambling their circuits. And now I'll try for a disruptor.
Okay, there's also armor. Just a heads up, y'all. There's armor that comes out of the same pool also. If you guys want to take a look at that as well. And kits.
The man does make a good point. Perhaps I'll leave disruptor to the side for now.
Although it is tempting.
Let me look at the armor then. Did you see anything, Maddie, that would be helpful?
To be honest, I completely forgot.
Armor? I'm made of metal. What the hell? Like,
what the hell?
We could be made of more metal.
That's okay. I have a toughness of 19, so I don't know. Maybe someone will just punch me real hard.
Yeah, I'm gonna try for heavy armor.
Stick.
That's restricted, meaning that the DC is a 15, And the prerequisite is might d6. So am I rolling might for it?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Oh man, I got a 2 on the d20 and an 11 on the d12, so 13. Not quite enough.
Darn. Yeah. Oh, it says you're qualified with might stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, it
I'm
said,
wondering if because the
let me get the text.
yeah,
I think it might have said qualified. It might have specified weapons, but let me to make sure. Oh, okay. So for armor upgrades, yeah. So it says for training, I'm trained in all weapons, qualified in might weapons, but for armor upgrades, I'm trained in limited and restricted armor upgrades. So I don't think I can just ask for those. I think I still have to make the roll.
correct. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I was wondering if you got a freebie with the might, but that makes sense. I got to limit tanks somehow. Okay, so so far you've got 2 things. Then you've upgraded your innate sword to have double the reach, which is essentially like I think you have a reach of 3 now since you're 10 feet, right, as a monolith.
Oh well, I was making the upgrades to the bludgeon.
Okay. So those are all, or both of those, both the traumatic and the extended are to your bludgeon.
It is
correct?
longer and it is traumatic to people.
Fantastic.
So it's reach times 2, and I believe I had a reach of like 10 feet or something. I'll look up the chart. It's in there somewhere.
Yeah, on the extended essentially means you get 1 extra square. Is how I think it's. Let me see. Add 1 to the weapon's reach modifier. So reach becomes reach times 2. Reach times 2 becomes reach times 3. So
I'll take whatever I get and multiply it.
Essentially, DD rules. You have a 15-foot reach, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, because I think that my reach was like 10 feet though, so wouldn't it become 20 feet? Because it's reach times 2.
You don't multiply. You add 1 to it. Let me see. It's on page 125 is what I'm reading here. It says benefit, add 1 to the weapon's reach modifier. So reach, which I believe applies to melee weapons, becomes reach times 2, if I'm reading this properly. Let me see what reach is defined as here.
Yeah, that's the table I'm looking for. I think it was by where size was.
That makes sense.
Let
me put the index and see how they. Do I know? So much to sift through here.
It was early on? I'm not sure. I just remember there was like a chart with the various Autobots and Decepticons, and it said like what size each of them is.
Yeah. Okay, so reach is on page, at least defined on the index. It's on page 147 and 158.
Oh, okay. I'll check out 147.
Let's see. I'll do 158. Okay. So reach, just as the character takes up an area on the map, they also have an area around them they can interact with. It's called a reach. The value is the distance that extends, on the map footprint, most notably for melee attacks. If another character object is within reach, it can be directly touched, grappled, yada yada. Okay. This is so many melee attacks, notably those weapons.
So my reach would be 10 feet according to. So I see a size class and then reach table on 155.
I see it now, yes. Yes, you're huge. Your reach is 10 feet, yeah.
So reach by 2 would be 20, right?
Oh, I think the discrepancy here is that in the extended effects, you don't multiply, you add 1. And I guess it depends on what they classify as adding 1 reach, if that makes any sense. Yeah, I think that's probably I think I see. Okay, I think I see what's happening here. I think we're both interpreting the rules differently because they don't classify reach the same way in 2 different parts of the book.
Oh, I see.
Because here they're doing it by increments of 5 feet, and then in elsewhere they're just referring to as reach 1 or reach 2. So we'll say that by your standards as a monolith, a reach of 1 equals 10 feet for you. So yeah, we'll do 20.
Okay,
20
thank
feet.
you.
Yeah, I see where that was weird. Because the verbiage is different in 2 different parts of the book.
Makes sense.
Okay, so you have your super long traumatic club, and then you unfortunately did not make your armor roll. Is that correct?
I did not know.
Okay. So next is Doc Marlin, real quick. Now I believe I get access to explosives and electrical stuff.
Sick.
So let me try to add a taser effect to my rapier.
You get a lot of kits, right?
I have a feature where I am treated as always having a medical kit or repair kit. Excuse me.
Oh, okay.
We can requisition other kits, and kit effects are another thing to go into also because I feel like they're kind of just tucked away in the small little corner. Let me see here. Where is the? Tasing. Here we go. Electric trade. Visibility limited, so I'm gonna do it with my rapier, which I get a D6, but I'm specialized in, so I'm gonna roll all the things. I'm trying to be limited, which I believe was 10. So far my first roll is not that great. Okay, I got an 8 for my first roll. Not so hot. Okay, and my second roll passes. So I now have a tasing group here. And then should I try to go for armor?
Yes. What? Who said?
One of us should.
Yeah. Although, what is my might? My might's non-existent. So that kind of restricts a lot of these for me. I could try to roll for a restricted reinforced plate, or just an energy resistor, which is probably not a good idea. That could be terrifying. I don't know how useful it is. See, and here for energy field, it doesn't mention. I'm assuming, are these all made with might? Armor, that is? Armor requisition checks?
Unsure.
Oh, yeah, let me scroll up. Lovely.
energy resistor doesn't seem to have a prerequisite. Other does.
That's what I'm looking at, but I'm wondering what one rolls with. Or what's up?
Oh, I was just saying, one of the others that doesn't. Yeah, what would you roll with to get that though?
That's what I'm looking at.
Technology?
Sounds like it would be right.
Yeah.
We are giant robots, so kind of everything we do is technology.
Weird. Okay. So the only thing it mentions is requesting arm upgrades requires athletics or might if it's providing a bonus to toughness, or acrobatics and finesse if it provides a bonus to evasion. However, in the case of like the energy field, which doesn't, although it mentions you make an attack with either or. So I imagine you can roll with either or.
That seems reasonable.
Yeah. It's also the option to get a kit, but I feel like that'd be if you're specializing in anything in particular, or rather if your mission requires a specialization.
Oh. That can happen?
Sorry, not specialization in the way that the game refers to it. I just mean, let's say like you have to break in somewhere. There's a burglary kit option.
Oh.
So energy field and force field are in fact pretty interesting. Okay, well, that's fairly complicated, so I think I will just... Let's see here. What are standard upgrades? Does a regular blaster need to be reloaded? No.
Obviously it has a thermal clip.
Yeah. We can also make our grenades more aerodynamic, apparently. It's something we could do.
Well, the pilots taught me about aerodynamics, so. Sparrowhawk, I don't know that I'd waste my time. After saying please, please, pretty please for one jet, please.
Interesting. Okay. I think as a standard upgrade, I am going to... Yeah, I'm just going to add a scope to my pistol to double its range.
Yay!
Okay, thank you guys for being patient. Before I move on, does anyone else want to do anything? Or rather try... Well, actually, that's all three. Okay. Alright, I think it'll be... We'll move on from here. Let me just get the range on a regular blaster so I can double it. I think it's 40? I could be mistaken. It's 25. 25 over 80, okay. All right, and then I do get 2 grenades, so I'll probably take 1 of each. 1 concussion, and 1 frag. Okay, so after that, I will say, to explain how this goes down, a couple walk you guys to the table and say, all right, now I'm a little out of practice, but I can still work some of these old tricks. And as per your requisitions and requests, Madeline, he will craft an element jet for you using some spare batteries around, or giant, I'd say, batteries of the like. And he goes, all right, now careful you point that thing. Humans are still haven't gotten the grasp of proper electrical resistance, so they're very susceptible to, I've heard some of them might even explode. I haven't seen it myself, but can't be too careful. He gets to the element jet. He says, all right, and for you, Dragline, as per requested, I made you a big and a heavy stick. And he gestures at essentially your borderline a polearm of an axe. Or this is a bludgeon, technically, right? So,
Warhammer.
Yeah, a sort of either Warhammer, depends on how you want to flavor it, Alex. Or if you want to go for like Optimus's Primal, or was it Optimus Primal's little ball on a stick?
Oh, I know what you mean, and that's really badass.
Yeah.
I think that just kind of in an ironic twist of fate, maybe it resembles kind of a pickaxe.
Ooh, I love that. Okay, yeah, for sure. So yeah, it looks very much like a pickaxe. Very, call it, very familiar to you in your grip. And Cup goes, hope you don't mind, is kind of what we made out of here. We use an old anchor for some of these parts, along with a couple of other things.
Thing.
And yeah, he kind of nods at you, and he goes, all right, and lastly, Doc, I attached some more of them battery generators to your, what you call it? Rapier. He goes, yeah, that thing. I put some batteries on it to give you a bit more of that kind of electrical pizzazz. And seeing as you weren't exactly the best shot with your pistol the other day, I slapped a scope on top of it. So this little extra camera should do some of the heavy lifting for you. And Doc Brownlee says, "Oh, thank you. I appreciate it." He looks down the scope and he goes, "Oh, the camera just integrates into my optics." And he just starts looking around using the camera to kind of point. And Cup goes, "Watch where you point that thing!" And he just shifts it downwards. And with that, he goes, all right. Now, I'm going to need you guys to get out there and investigate that Energon factory. Sorry, alleged Energon factory. Not sure what to expect. Our observation team has been reported back in real time, so if they find anything out, they'll be able to get back to you guys on the dot. He points at his non-existent watch. He says, well, next is the actual location of it. So if you look here at this map of the this human city, our boys, by that I mean our diverse observation team, noted something over here in Oso Bay. A little out of the ways of the university. University is what humans have to kind of address their education intake. So I'm going to share the map real quick so you guys can see. Where's it? Share screen. Google Maps. All right. Yeah, so he says, so at the moment, we are here at the United States United States ship Lexington. You can take the bridge down, and I'll let you guys decide how to get there. But if you keep going south, eventually you'll cross into Oso Bay. And here at the northern tip, kind of by one of the parks here, is this facility, like I mentioned. Need you guys to investigate, see what's happening there. And if anything happens, report back or address it in a manner you see fit. And he goes, now, I've got a pretty vivid imagination, so I can kind of figure out where you guys are taking that one. Yes, all right, that's it. Go ahead and Fallout, or sorry, Autobots, roll out. And what's up?
No,
Yes. Dark Marlin will turn to the two of you and say, so how do we want to approach this? Do you want to have Sparrowhawk fly by first, or shall we just all head in unison? What is our game plan?
If you need my eyes in the skies, you let me know. I should let you know that I'm not the most inconspicuous.
I see. Human beings are not used to things flying in the sky. Mr. Dragline, what do you think is the best method of approach here? So we can all give our input.
Dragline is somewhat unfamiliar with these considerations, not being particularly used to working in groups, and would probably just go in directly. But because his smarts are not at 0, he does see the benefit in the idea. Perhaps you should look first.
Okay, I'm in agreement. So then,
Vantage point or me? Let me know.
Sparrowhawk, I think you might be our best option. If there's anything that seems concerning, then I will approach in my food delivery form, pretending to deliver fresh, steaming seafood.
Nice.
All right, so we'll fast forward to your takeoff. And in fact, let me get some music going here, I think. No? Hello?
I asked the definitely not Autobot planes to wish me luck because Sparrowhawk hasn't gotten the memo yet. And frankly, she's now too scared to ask.
They are focused warriors.
And Dr. Moreland says, perhaps they are saving their strength.
Yes.
We will call upon you when the time comes, brave sleeping warriors. He gives them a thumbs up, as he has observed human beings do. All right, so Sparrowhawk, could you do me a favor? And we're just gonna, in fact, let me get a plane noise added to voice mod here. Ooh, don't know why that's a thing.
I dropped my dice and it made all the sounds.
Oh no.
Yeah, this dice only rolls 2s today.
Oh no.
That's a 12. We're moving up odds of 1! Sir? Forgot to roll out my 1s.
Wow, I am not finding anything for like jet takeoffs. I'm getting a lot of random memes and the like.
I'll take a really bad recorder.
What? Like what?
Let's do Highway to the Danger then.
The musics. They have the bad recorder version. Take the recorder version. Whatever that looks like. Bad recorder. Jet takeoff.
That'll have to do. Okay. Well, why is there a horse engine? Okay, well, regardless. Sorry, dearest. I literally cannot find a plain sign on, what do you call it? Voice mods selection. I'll have to upload one myself, I guess.
You're fine. Alright.
Right.
Just tell me
So,
what I gotta roll. I'm here for it.
what was that?
I said, just tell me what I gotta roll and I'm here for it.
Thank you. So go ahead and give me, first and foremost, a driving check.
Zip away they little dice. Okay. That is a 15.
Okay. So your jet soars off. Just that's a horrible jet noise. I have never. I'm realizing now I've never had to imitate a plane in my life, but here we go. So you speed over and go and give an alertness check with an upshift.
Definitely. With an upshift? Okay.
Yes.
So do I just not roll at disadvantage, or do I roll at disadvantage with an upshift?
That's a good question. I
it
think in
goes
this
from
case,
being
just roll
nothing
without
to
a.
being the D2, right?
Yeah. So in this case, roll with, I think, D20 and D2, if I'm interpreting the rules correctly.
All right. So no disadvantage or disadvantage?
It's a regular roll with a D2.
Okay. I don't have a D2, so I'm just going to do odds and evens with this.
Sure.
Odds is 1, evens is 2.
Yes.
Okay, I rolled a 2, so I rolled a 14.
Okay. So as you're approaching the facility from overhead, you see. Let me swap folders over here. Yeah, you see a couple of bots. And what was that for? It was a 15, you said?
15 for driving, 14 for awareness.
14 for awareness. Yeah. Okay, give me a second. Let me just do a roll real quick.
But shut up, guy boys.
Yeah, you actually hear another plane off in the distance. And in fact, you see it take off from, if you're looking at Owlbear, the northern road that kind of leads out of here.
Okay.
And
so this place probably has its own seeker. Got it.
I'm going to make this a little bigger just so we can see it. There we go. Yeah, so you see the plane begin to take off. And as it's flying in the air, you notice it is flying away. In fact, here, I'll flavor it this way. You are approaching the facility. I'm going to drop your icon here really quick. I'm going to drop you off here at A. It's kind of hard to see, but you get the gist.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, and you see the one title, the Blue Devil, is trying to take off northwards. And I will tell you with your alertness roll, it has not noticed you yet.
the blue devil dice.
Yeah.
Gotta go fast. Okay. Do I know if I can radio in to my comrades?
Yeah, our comm should be active. There is a chance that Decepticons can kind of intercept your communications. So I will have a roll behind the curtain for that one. But as for my understanding of this game, knowledge-wise, yeah, you can comm from just about anywhere.
Okay. I will wait until Guy takes off, I think. He hasn't noticed me. Is he taking off or is he in the process of?
He's in the process of taking off. You see he's on the runway. He's picked up some speed.
Okay. And I noticed the other two bots below, yeah?
Correct.
At
And they both
H?
seem to be busy, seem to be busy interacting with something at H.
Okay. I'm probably way too fucking far away to see what they're interacting with, right?
I will let you an interaction, or not interaction, what's the word I'm looking for? An awareness check with disadvantage.
Okay. Well, I already have disadvantage, so that's double disadvantage, so that's a fail.
Okay. Yeah, so it's too hard to see. There's too many things in the way.
Okay. I will stop in my bot form and hold position until I know where the blue devil has gone. Or if he's gone completely.
Okay. And question, are you going to stop in a position in the air since you have rotor blades so you can kind of hover, or are you going to land and wait there?
What's cover like in the air? Like, can I hide out underneath like an outcropping and hover there? Or is there like no cover above me and it would be better if I landed and tried to like blend into shadow?
That makes sense. So there are, or let's say this facility is kind of dug into, or built into like a, let's say like a dugout area, almost like a quarry, except, on the water. So go ahead and give me an infiltration roll with an upshift because of your awareness check earlier. And if you're able to succeed, then we'll say you're able to kind of hide behind some rock formations.
All right. Okay. Okay, that's at least a 12.
Okay, so you got a 12. Let me roll for some stuff here. All right. So as you go to hide behind some cover standing still, you notice the familiar glare of a Cybertronian eye off in the distance, almost like a sniper scope sheen coming from H.
Okay. Ain't no way in fuck I'm gonna be able to take all of these boys on. So I gotta duck out of here. We have the blue devil who will probably on my tail. So yeah, I'll get out of there. I'll be like, that's enough information. That's cool. Like that's the best I could do. I'm not an infiltration. I'm not the most stealthy. Get out of here.
All right. So you're able to bail out. In fact, go ahead and give me an initiative roll.
Okay. 19.
And then let me pull up some stats real quick. Okay, they don't get anything to their initiative. So you said you got a what? A 12?
And 19.
19, my bad. Okay. Then these guys got a 12. They did not tie with you. That's my bad. I said 12 because I was looking at the dice. Anyway, yes. So with that, you're able to move before the Blue Angel does, or any of the other Autobots here for that matter. And you said you wanted to bail out, correct?
Yeah, I'll just bail.
Okay. So you bail and move out of the scenario, and I think that leads us to... Yeah, the way I'll flavor this is there will be now an airborne fight between you and the Blue Devil while the rest of the gang gets here.
Okay.
So Dragline and Doc Marlin were following behind you, but keeping at a distance, I'd say. So we'll have 3 rounds of combat of roughly 18 seconds to resolve this. Let me try to think of how I'm gonna... Okay, cool. Yeah, let me get... Oops. Just get a screenshot of a map real quick.
If I did win out on the initiative order, I would like to say something on comms before the scenario begins.
Okay, for sure. So you did win the initiative order, and yeah, you can call out if you so wanted to.
Sweet. So what I'm going to do, if possible, is issue a command. And this is part of my move action. I think as my standard action, I can still, like, dash, which would just be my movement in this case. So I can trade out my standard for my movement.
You're going to essentially, yeah, dash, yes. Yeah.
And then use my free actions to also do shit. Depending on how this goes, I might change that. But for now, I'm going to use my move action to issue a command, which is, I've been made, and then stay low. So if you guys stay low or fight hard, when that'll be either, like, if you guys want to try to infiltrate, I will divert, or if you guys want to just pounce in, yeah.
Okay, so Spurhawk calls over communications. Doc Marlin, in his car form, is going to slightly alter his driving pattern to look at Dragline. Or let's say, what's up?
He's gonna slightly drift. Is that it?
Maybe. You know what? There's the hollow body inside of, which is a very much a beach bum looking guy wearing like a baseball cap, like the delivery uniform, but very, like shaggy hair and like an open Hawaiian shirt. He's gonna turn over to Dragline and kind of gesture. And over comms, Dark Marlin's going to say, Dragline, how do you feel? I'm curious as to how many we're up against, and that might determine our actions. But Dragline, I'm sort of behind you because you, I will say, are very persuasive when it comes to, let's say, kinetic conversations.
We must investigate at some point. It may as well be now.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to plop us up on the map. In fact, let me do some measuring here. Oop. What am I doing? There we go. Yeah, let's have... I made a mistake putting this in different folders, but I'm going to have Doc Marlin over here by the shore road, along with Dragline, whom I have here. For some reason, we're fucking huge. I gotta edit that later, but for now, salute. And now at the moment we're kind of off-roading it as is tradition. However, as we're in actual combat, I'll Off-roading will count as double movement since it's essentially difficult terrain. But if you get on the actual roads here, you guys are in Arbel Rodeo, Harbor Village Drive, or any of the roads will count as regular movement for us. So, first in the initiative order, I'm going to have one round of Madeline versus Blue Devil, and then the rest of us will roll in to determine our place. So, Sparrowhawk, use your main action to, or your move action, excuse me, call it. Yeah. So you still have your standard, which you said you're going to use to move, and your free actions. What would you like to do?
I'm going to do a couple of contingencies since I am a strategist. And let me just get clear on what strategize does. Your unused backup plans are better than a lot of leaders only plans. You can set a number of contingency actions as free actions up to your smart score. I don't know if this means that I expend those free actions. Each contingency action, I think so, must trigger on a different condition. Only one of these contingency actions can be used to attack. Okay. What are your thoughts?
From my understanding, contingency is like using the hold action in D&D. Like whenever you delay it, it consumes your reaction, right? Except your character could make as many as your smarts score, right? So you can say, if they cross this line, I will fire the gun and pull this net or whatever it may be.
Okay. So, really, I don't know what kind of guns I'm up against. So, like, my first contingency is if Blue Devil's attention goes to, like, see what the area looks like to assess, I'm going to shoot him. I'm going to try to get his attention. So, I guess, like, if he gets out of, like, 60 range for me, I'm going to shoot him.
Okay.
2, if I don't know if this is a good contingency, but like if I am fired at by any of the 2 goons on the bottom, I would like to dodge, but I don't know what that looks like. Or if that's an action as listed.
I think in the rules is written. Let's see here. I think there's the defend action, I think. Hold on, let me see. It's in the bit about combat. Let me take a look here. Standard actions. Combat actions, here we go. Defend. So defending as a standard action allows a character to increase their defense momentarily against any incoming attacks they're aware of. After announcing a defend action, attacks targeting you, they can figure out how to proactively avoid suffer a snag on their attack roll. These benefits last until the defending character is next turn. Yeah. So essentially, much like D&D, you impose disadvantage on attack rolls against you. However, you have to be able to predict how they'd be able to attack you, right? You can't just say, like, I defend, and the sniper from off screen has disadvantage, right?
Okay.
But in this case, you're aware of all the targets. However, that would be your standard action.
I can't use that as a contingency?
Let me see how contingencies work, because I think contingencies, they're right here. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for bearing with my questions, by the way, everybody. I do appreciate it.
Well, by all means, we got to figure out how the game works. And,
no more questions.
This is technically our first. Yeah, it's good to know for as we move forward. Let me read here. So, when setting up a contingency action, you decide what sort of thing triggers, such as Okay. With the clearest description as possible. Okay. Then you choose the kind of standard, move, or free action you take when and if that trigger occurs. Examples include: if Starscream tries to grab the scientist, I'll lay into it with my attacks. And if Bumblebee grabs the Energon Cube, I'll transform and roll out. When the trigger occurs, you can either take your contingency action right after the trigger finishes, or forfeit your contingency altogether. You must take your contingency action before the beginning of your next turn, or it is automatically forfeited. So from my understanding of this is whenever you declare a contingency, that doesn't cost you anything. But instead you say, like in this case, you could say, I'm going to delay my standard action until, let's say, they attack me, then I will use it to defend or to counterattack, right? So the benefit, sorry, there's a bit of a lag on my end, so I'm sorry for speaking over you guys.
Okay, then this makes sense. You can set up a number of contingency actions as free actions up to your smart score. So it doesn't use my standard action, it uses my free actions to set up these contingencies.
No, so it doesn't cost you anything to set up contingencies. It just costs you to, like, cash them out, if that makes any sense. So let me frame it this way.
Okay.
Let's say right now you have, how many contingencies can you declare? Two smarts? Okay.
Yeah.
So you can say one of two things. You can say, I'm either going to use, like you could say, if he gets away from my range, let's say 60 feet, let's say, if he gets 60 feet away from me, I'm going to use my contingency to use my free action to give myself, let's say, 10 extra feet to catch up, right? If you were chasing him. Or you can say, I'm going to use my contingency to use my standard action if he comes within range to attack him with my guns, right?
Okay.
You could literally declare both of these, or you could even declare two uses of your standard action, right? Just depending on what trigger happens, right? So the benefit to this ability is that you can react to the battlefield more efficiently or to be more adaptive, pretty much. The only limiter here is you can only set, like you mentioned, as many contingencies as your smarts, and also whatever actions you have left. You've already used your move action to communicate, right? So you can't use that for a contingency anymore. So in this case, you can, like, let's say you want to use your two standards. You can either say, I want to attack him if he gets close, or I want to dash if he gets further away, right? And both of those you can declare on your turn and then react accordingly without any cost to you. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It confuses me then why it says as free actions and then up to your smart score. I'm wondering what the free actions means in that sentence. But I'm happy to just take that because that means as my standard action, if he gets away or if he tries to, if he moves out of my range, I'm going to shoot him and I'm going to try to get his attention. Or if I notice that any of these three targets are firing at me, I'm going to defend as my standard action.
Okay.
And I only get one that I can use, so once I think a contingency is used, I think that's it, unless I get two contingencies and they both activate. But I think it depends on whatever actions I have left. So if I use a standard action and I declare another contingency that uses my standard action, I don't think I can use it.
Correct. If they both trigger, right? But if just one triggers, then you're fine. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So that being said, so you set up your contingencies. And
both. I basically do an about face, and I'm gonna be staring down. If I could just turn in place, I don't know if that takes movement, so that I'm facing the Blue Devil. Not that I know his name yet.
Yeah, no worries. So for most planes, I think they have to bank in order to turn. But because you have rotors, I believe that's one of the perks you get, is that you can essentially
that would be terrifying then if I just...
Yeah. So yeah, you do a quick 180. In fact, let me look at the rules of that, because now I'm realizing vehicles play a bigger component in this game. I don't want to set a precedent incorrectly. Okay, yeah. So flying specifies that creatures using aerial movement must move forward at least 10 feet on their turn, unless they have a rule that allows them to hover, which in case you do because of your rotor blades.
Wait, can I be an asshole then and just like move slightly to the side? Like, how close is he? Can I just be a dick and fucking if he like tries to get in range, just somebody else?
I mean,
Toro.
Sure, except except you guys do have range attacks. Just a friendly reminder.
Yeah, I don't. Can I attack with my rifle in my alt form?
So that brings us to the options or the concept of integrated hardpoints, right? So this is where it's important to declare what is and isn't integrated, and I should have done that earlier. That's my bad. So take, for example, Dark Marlin. I have integrated his rapier and his blaster as the fish, pretty much. So when I'm in my alt form, they're physically on me. And if they're integrated, you can, as a free action, essentially like prepare them to attack. So the way I flavor that is literally the Marlin will either move forward so I can ram people with my rapier, or the actual nose of the Marlin will move upwards so that a blaster barrel can come out and shoot. Right.
Fantastic.
So that being said, if you want, Sparrowhawk can, much like a jet would, you can have weapons at the end of your wings or under you or however you flavor that, right? That's if you want them to be integrated. However, there is a downside to using the integrated weapons, if you recall, right? That if you move your full movement, you do it with a downshift. So that's something to be wary of whenever you're calculating like how you approach attacking, right?
Okay.
You can offset that by like being just shy of your 5 movement, right? But that'll affect I think the way we approach the visual aspect of using your weapons, right?
Okay.
So in this case, you had integrated, and technically your rotor blades are also always integrated too. So if you want to incorporate those into an attack, take that with the what do you call it, into consideration, right? So what are the 2 weapons did you want integrated?
Those both are integrated, rifle and rotor blades.
Okay, cool. So mind you, you have 2 integrated slots, so you can have your rifle and a grenade or a blaster or whatever it is that you want.
Yeah, I haven't decided. It's cool.
Okay, cool. So then for this combat, only your rifle will be integrated. So you will only have access to your rifle. Is that okay?
And the rotor blades too, yes?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And then you do get access to a movement skill from your, what's it called? Your origin, which is your chassis, which is the flyby skill.
Yes.
Let me see what that entails, just so we can be...
Let me look up what that does for no reason.
So switch attack flyby. Driving skill, range of reach of 1. Okay, so you just ram someone? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, it's basically just fucking... Okay. I am waiting for him to come close for a reason. This is basically going to be a smash-off.
That's fair. And we can declare that if you want to, you can use your rotor blade for that flyby attack, meaning you get that. I think you get an integrated upshift from your rotor blade, correct?
I have no clue because I don't have that card.
Oh, I need to. I'm just gonna reprint them at this point. So I looked from the other day and I couldn't find them. So yeah, I need to do that by probably the end of the day. So to get you back up to speed, then let me pull that up. Let's see. I'm just gonna look up rotor blade. Okay, so here we go. In bot mode, here we go. Yeah, apply for train with it. Okay. You gain an upshift on finesse or might skill tests to attack with your rotor blades. Additionally, against organic targets, which doesn't apply here, you get extra damage. So in this case, just attack with an upshift whenever you do either your flyby ramming or your standard bot attack.
Cool.
Okay, so you've declared your contingencies. That's about everything you can do with your turn, correct?
Yeah, done.
Okay. And now, with all due respect, I've been juggling so much, so would you mind reminding me one more time of those contingencies?
Absolutely. So, as my move action, I have given the issue command, which will either, until the beginning of next round, give you guys an upshift for infiltration or shooting. Shooter! Anyway. And my two contingencies were, if he gets out of range, I'm gonna fucking shoot him. And if anything is shot in my general direction, I will defend. Again, with my standard action.
Okay, cool.
No free action Toto today.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Yes.
And also, technically, if you do buy movement with your free action, you had to have moved with your move action. That's important to note also. In the future, if it ever comes up, you can't just randomly move 5 feet. Yeah. You would have to have moved with either your standard or your movement action, and then, like, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? Squeezed more out of that movement. At least that's how I'm understanding the rules here. Yeah.
Then as my free action, I do prep my rifle on the bottom of me.
Fantastic. Yeah. So yeah, your rifle takes aim. Is it? You said it's at the bottom of you?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just to have the mental picture. Yeah, very much so. The fake pilot inside of you kind of moves some levers, and you see the rifle begins to track the Blue Devil. So next initiative is the Blue Devil, since we said this turn was just going to be the two of you, and then we'll have the rest of the party interact. So the Blue Devil is going to, as is mandatory for him, in fact, I should probably put him at the end of this pier, but he's going to move 10 feet and then begin to bank. So he does a hard turn, and you hear the sound of his jet engines just kind of almost ripping the air apart as he turns around and is going to, with a free action, prepare his weapon as well.
Or fucking pleb having to turn.
Let's see here. What attacks does he have? I think he only has what's his speed. Okay. So this is me trying to get a hang of how they do monster sheets. So it might take me a while. Let's see.
Sparrowhawk trying to do the honorable thing, not firing first. God damn it.
Okay. So he's going to move the 10 feet, try to turn around, and now he's going to... Okay. We do some measurements here. Yeah. He's going to approach. That's another 5, 10. What is plane movement speed? I should have written that down somewhere.
60?
60? Yes. This guy gets 45, so he's not as cool as Sparrowhawk.
Cool as fuck, Spill.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's going to turn, and with his integrated mini laser, he's going to attack Sparrowhawk. Sparrowhawk.
18 evasion.
One more time?
19 toughness, 18 evasion.
Okay, so he rolled a 16, so either of those misses. So he turns to try to shoot. His gun continues the rest of the arc to finish it off. He shoots, missing Sparrowhawk. And from there, I believe he gets an extra, that was 10, 15, 20. He still gets another extra 25 feet. Now, did that trigger your? You said you wanted to defend, correct?
Yeah. So.
Okay, so it would have been disadvantage actually. So that would have been an 8 actually. So he's going to shoot, and then with that, he's going to move another 5, 10 over this way. That's his movement speed. Does he have? Okay, cool. Yeah.
Don't mind me. I'm just measuring distance.
No worries. Remember, you could use the M key to make like a little measuring.
Oh, I have the line. Yeah. Right now, you're 35 feet away from me.
Approximately, yeah.
Okay.
All right. So that's the first round of initiative. Now, if you guys would excuse me for a minute or two, I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back.
All right. Thanks for being patient, Alex.
I don't know. This has been interesting. There's a lot of implications to basically having 2 sets of rules for every character. Then more depending on if you consider like underwater rules versus air rules versus land.
Yeah. Holy fuck.
Yeah, your rotors,
I am
though,
not looking forward.
Super helpful.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say your rotors though, like super helpful.
Super helpful. I didn't think they'd be coming in this clutch. I just do an about face and just stare. How you doing?
What were you about to say?
I am not going to look forward to the moment whenever we get a. I forget exactly. It's a la Dune, a la Sandworms, like some Kraken-esque figure in the middle of the ocean, and be like, "That's it, goodbye. I have 0 swim speed."
Hey, you hover and you shoot. That is more than enough, frankly.
I do my best. But for now, it is just making sure that on record, I didn't fire first.
No, you didn't. Record will
I
show.
didn't. The record will show.
You did not engage until engaged upon.
As a true hero would.
Exactly. Talking about how
we're discussing the moral implications of being shot at.
Sparrowhawk didn't start the fire.
Very true. Well, yeah, I should have also mentioned. Yeah, there's a giant Decepticon emblem on the jet. So.
Well, fuck! I would have fired.
It's not an American jet that we've been shooting at. Okay, great.
I don't know, man.
All right, here we'll make it cinematic. We'll say as it's firing at you, you now see its nose that where the usual Blue Angel insignia would be is the Decepticon logo, and instead of Blue Angel, it says Blue Devil on the side. Yes, so he takes those. Well,
he takes those bastard.
Yeah, he takes those pot shots at you. And now I'm gonna need everybody else to, and by everybody else I mean you and I, Alex, and the other guys at the facility to make initiative rolls, please.
All right, I've got an E4 for initiative. Let's see what I can do with that. Oh, 19. Okay.
Nice. So I believe that puts you at the top of the initiative order, Dragline.
All right. So, and the only one that we can see, the only Decepticon that we can see is the Blue Devil.
Correct. Unless we get close enough to see. But thanks to Madeline's, or let's just say Sparrowhawk calling out the presence of the others and kind of alerting our attention to it, we'll So now that they're in the air, you can see off in the distance, right, the familiar trail of jets maneuvering in the air.
Okay. All right. I mean, that sounds like maybe the Blue Devil is the one to look at first. I am going to use my movement. I've got 45 feet in alt mode. So I'm going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45.
Okay, and that was counting the difficult terrain, correct?
No, it was not. Difficult terrain is double, I'm assuming?
Wow, on my screen you only move like 25 feet. So that would have been accurate.
Oh, well, okay. But yeah, difficult terrain is double?
Yeah, difficult terrain is double. You're roughly around there if I did the math for you.
Thank you.
Now, it is difficult terrain in our vehicle forms. If you transform into bot form, it will not be difficult terrain. But that being said, you take into consideration infiltration and other such things.
That's true. There is a dogfight going on above this residential neighborhood, so that cat might be out of the bag. I'm going to transform then using my it's a standard action
Autobot feature. Usually it is, but because we get a perk from being Autobots, like whenever combat starts, we get to transform for free.
Sweet.
This is the rollout perk. So if you want to, we could have say you would have done that in your train form. There you go. Well, it's a little too big. I think you're. Oh, there you go. Approximately that size.
Yeah.
I think.
Right.
And now, what is your bot mode moving distance?
20.
Okay, so that's roughly the same. But if you want to, you can dash.
Yeah, I reckon so, because even my longest range attack, my blaster, is 85 feet, and I'm quite a bit away from that.
Okay. All right. So you've moved 20 feet. You want to move another 20? Is that correct?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah. So, yeah, I'll be using my standard action to move again. So, 20 feet, right, in my bot mode. Okay.
Yes. Now, if you want to, you can try to maneuver onto the road and get rid of that movement penalty, or you can continue off-roading it, where you're less likely to interrupt people.
I'll off-road it. Well, because difficult terrain doesn't apply in bot mode, right? Okay,
correct.
So 5. And I guess I'd start there. All right. So that's where I am.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Anything else you want to do with your turn?
No, I believe that's all I got, because I just have the movement and the standard action.
That is true. Okay, cool. All right. So next in the initiative order, we have Sparrowhawk.
All right. Wait, Doc didn't go? Or he's lower?
He's lower in the initiative order. He got an 8.
Okay. Okay. I don't think I can issue a command that would help you guys in any way, so should I be an asshole? I'm thinking I will. Let's see. Because you're 35 feet from me. How much does my free action give me?
Of movement?
Yeah.
I believe it's 5 per, up to however much your speed. Or hold on, let me look at how many free actions.
Yeah, picking up 5 foot.
I think
we're worth an aim.
But I think you have as many free actions as your speed -2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although there are certain perks. So if you've got foot soldier in bot mode, you can treat your speed as if it was 2 higher than usual. So if you've got something like that, you might have extra.
Nah. Okay, so here is the goal. I am going to fly my 30, which will put me at kissing distance with this bastard. I'm gonna use one of my free actions to prep my rotoblades, and I'm gonna use 2 of my free actions. No, three more of my free actions to go. 5, 10, 15, so that he has to about face fucking again.
Nice.
Fuck you anyway. So, and then as I go over my standard action, I'm gonna do the flyby, but do the rotoblade into the Decepticon's badge directly, if that would be at all possible. Like,
for sure. So
disrespect.
okay, so go and roll your rotor blade attack. Don't forget the upshift.
Okay.
And you'd be rolling against his. I think in this case, probably. If it's a might, are you rolling with might? I believe
Might.
you said.
Yeah.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll against his toughness.
Oh, all right.
Or does he use evasion?
Ah, damn it! I rolled a 1 on my d6, but I got a 15, so I got a 16 to hit.
Okay, so that definitely hits.
Yay! And
that
for
is
the
1 damage?
blade, yeah, it does 1 sharp. Wait, if I'm two-handing it, it's 2. How the fuck would that work if I'm a ship? 1 sharp, please, sir. I don't know.
Yeah, I think in this case, yeah. All right, so you definitely fly by and pull out your rotor blade.
Give Galvatron a buzz cut.
Yeah. Well, this one isn't Galvatron, but yes, you swing by.
Oh, is it Galvatron?
Oh, you mean the Decepticon logo? Yeah. Do I still have the train whistle? Hold on. I've got some. There we go.
I got it.
So you would come by, you come directly on the Decepticon logo, and you affect part of its overall infrastructure. It is now bloodied, or in this scenario, we'll say it is now sparking profusely.
Ooh, I suppose is like my last free action of my 5. Since I have 8 speed, I will ask, you want to tell me why you're out here? That's it. That's it.
Okay. So that's a free action. So go ahead and roll intimidation if it's on your character sheet.
It is not. But I'll roll a disadvantage if I have persuasion. I could try to smooch him.
That sounded very much like a intimidating
That's fair.
approach. If you want to reflavor it, you're welcome to. But
nah,
yeah.
I'll take it.
Okay, now.
Oh my god! I rolled 2 18s.
Let me see here. They have a whole thing about.
What the fuck? Thank you. Mwah.
Okay, and they have a perk where one of their hangups is as a scout, they don't do too well with intimidation, so you can roll it with an upshift if you'd like.
Poor fucking baby. All right, I'll roll. A
D2, I think, is what it would have been in this case.
So give my 18 a +2. It's a dirty 20.
Okay, so with your modified 20, I believe.
Poor bastard.
I believe persuasion rolls against willpower.
Do not adopt the Decepticon.
But I wanna.
So what did you ask? You asked what it's doing out here?
Yeah, you want to tell me what you're doing out here?
Okay, so it chimes in and says, "I'm getting things ready."
Baking a cake?
Yeah, and it says, "No, I'm a member of the Mortal Coils, and our plan is beyond your feeble Autobot comprehension."
Hey, big guy.
And
You're gonna love this.
what was that?
I said, hey, big guy. And just like tune into the railroad channel. You're gonna love this.
Oh, okay. So with that, it is now the Blue Devils' turn in initiative order. So
what you gonna do?
well, I'm so sorry. You're cutting off, so I think you're done talking. But what was that?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, I said, I feel so bad, is what I said. It's like, what are you gonna do? Turn around? I feel so bad.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, because Discord's doing the thing where you'll cut off in like bursts, so I'll miss every other word.
No.
That's okay. So with that, yeah, you see, it is now its turn in initiative order. It is going to. Let me see here. What direction was it facing? Yeah, it's gonna essentially run away from you and try to land back in the facility.
That's valid.
And once it gets here, you see it converts. It converts instead of landing in order to kind of. Oh, wait, no. I forgot this game has mechanics for damage and shit. Never mind, he has to land like a proper good boy. Yeah, so you see him coming in to land. The game mentions that people can't take off or land vertically, but it doesn't mention anything about
superhero landings if you shift in the sky.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's what the fall damage is for, right?
I mean, yeah, but I'll give me a second. There's a whole bit about not being able to move on one's turn. It doesn't mention landing. Let me see. I don't think something about it. So for now, I'll just flavor that you need, I don't know, 20 feet of movement to land. So he spends 35, uses his dash to eventually land in, and he shouts out to the others, and he goes, "Assemble the mortal coils!" As he lands. And Madeline, if you want to pursue, I will be swapping into the bigger facility map to kind of help adjudicate that. But the rest of us, that was the Blue Devils' turn initiative order. So next we have Duck Marlin. So Duck Marlin will try to keep up with Dragline. What is my movement? I'm a little car. $45 feet? Okay. So half of that. So I'll just move. All right. So Doc is going to dash as his standard action, and then uses movement, and then he will use the rest of his movement to get another 10. Excuse me. All right, and the next initiative order are the other Autobots who are inside the facility. So after having the Blue Devil come in and begin to shout, you see they begin to assemble. So that'll be the end of that initiative order. Next, we have Dragline up at the top. Oops.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be moving further. So that's gonna be 5, 10. Excuse me, Doc. 20. And then I'll use my movement. I'll use my standard action to move again. 5, 10, 20. And this is something that I missed last time. But I've got the foot soldier thing from being a warrior. In bot mode, I treat speed as if it was too high when calculating free actions per turn. So I've got 2 free actions then, meaning that I can get another 10 feet of movement, right?
If you have 2 free actions, correct. Yeah.
And I will go here. And that's my turn.
All right. Sounds good. Awesome. Yeah, so Dragline is just tearing apart the like sandy, semi poorly kept grass as he's just tearing through here and jumping over fences of these small homes. Next in the initiative order, we have Sparrowhawk.
Okay, is he already in the base, or is he?
Yeah, in fact, let me make him super tiny, just for the sake of scaling here.
Okay. So, but is he that far away from me? Is he 35 feet away from me?
Yes. Yeah, he's barely touching down on the base there. And then I know there's some size jank, but if you can imagine, in fact, here, let me draw this. Or here, I'll use a sticky note. Yeah, because the base is pretty huge. However, I think if I do something like this, we get a general idea. Yeah. Of what the base is like if I rotate something like
nice.
There. So yes, he's barely touching into the base, let's say.
Sparrowhawk, non-believingly, loads the rifle and just goes, wow, they really do run away. And is going to take a shot at his back.
Okay. Go ahead and roll against his, I think, evasion in this case.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, not bad. Do I still have the upshift to targeting, or did I only use that for something else earlier? Do I only get one upshift? Or is it for the rest of this?
Let's do it for the rest of the session for now. And if I regret this, I'll change it in the future. But for now, this seems feasible.
I got a 12 on the D12, and I got a 15.
Okay.
So, is he dead?
So remember, crits in this game aren't just extra damage. You could also include an added effect, right? In this case, if you
his friends?
That's a tough one to explain with the mechanics that are going on here. Let's say, because that's a very abstract thing, right? To demoralize. With a crit, let's see here.
Can the body create an area of effect that is shrapnel?
That's an option too. Sorry, I was trying to go with what your initial request was. How about instead of demoralizing, let's give you an extra upshift to any sort of either intimidation or persuasion rolls you try to make.
Sweet.
I think that's a fair. That's what I'm looking for. Compromise.
Okay. So poor guy, his feet kiss the runway, and what I want to do now after that standard action is, I don't know if a skill check is a free action or a move action, but I want to find an outcropping where I can both take cover and fire from my rifle.
Let me see. So you essentially want to land, or are you still going to be airborne?
I want to land, and I would shift into bot form. once in the base.
So I'm gonna say if you look at Owlbear,
Yeah.
I'm gonna draw some spots where you can hide, I think. And then technically, you can hide on one side of this bridge if you use that for cover. I'll let you choose between those few spots.
Okay. I will hide at the spot on the right side of the ramp, and later, if possible, I will move to the other spot of cover.
Okay. Let's go ahead and...
Yeah.
Sorry, let me drop you in.
Okay. He was 35 away, so I spend my 30. I use a free action, and I'm there. Do I need to use any movement to wow, to shift into bot form, or is that something that happens automatically?
Generally, it's a standard action.
Okay, then I am a plane right now, hiding behind a rock, and then I suppose with my other free action, I will radio in 2 bogeys, 1 down.
Yeah, let me... robots don't get knocked out, but just to easily read this on the map, I'm going to type in KO onto the... What do you call it? Map. I'm trying to integrate something over here and need a page. This thing's fine. Yeah, it's good enough. Okay, so next in initiative order, we have, after Sparrowhawk's full turn, would have been the Blue Devil, who is now knocked out. And then we have Doc Marlin. So back on the standard map. In fact, to adjudicate this just a little easier for the rest of us, Alex, if it's cool with you, I'm going to have us enter the corner of the facility the next round.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, then we have to RP fucking running like we're in the middle of a anime intro. And you're 15 by 15, right? So there you go. I feel like some of these need to be resized. Okay, cool. But that'll take us an entire round to get there. So just to give, or rather, just to realistically have this play out. So next, we're going to have in initiative order the other bots that were here. And you see one of them holds a hand to their ear and calls something out. What? That's the
We're gonna get airstrikes.
There we go. Now let me see what the ruling on cover is. I believe you just get an extra.
Oh, but by the way, I said I was on the right side on the rock, not the left side.
So over here?
I was put near the ramp. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, because you had mentioned being under the bridge at some point in time. That's my mistake.
Oh, I said I would move there eventually if possible.
Ah, that's what it was. I remember. That's my bad. Okay, so apparently cover is in a lot of other words. I'm sure it's under what, combat? Here we go. So cover imposes a downshift of 2 on ranged attacks against the creature taking cover. If a creature take this half their body must be okay, cool. All right, so back to Elmer. Okay, just trying to read some stats here, but I'm just going to roll. Cool. So they get a D4. It's going to take a downshift of 2, so this will just be a flat D20 against Sparrowhawk's AC. And I believe the defender gets to choose whether you're using toughness or evasion. So Madeline, you see the white the white Decepticon pulls out a rifle as a free action. Is going to pull up his rifle, and in fact, he's probably going to spend some free actions aiming.
That's fair.
Yeah. So he's going to upshift. So he gets a D2.
18 for evasion, 19 for toughness.
Well, you get to choose. However you take an attack, quote unquote, is the way the game kind of phrases this. So I'm assuming you choose toughness because it's a 19.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. But just in the future, if it comes up, right, if there's anything affecting you or anything like that, right? So they rolled a 13. So they shoot, and yeah, they shoot and miss you by just a bit as the rock covers rock covers your jet form, and you see the smoke come off the piece of rock outcropping that was there. Okay, so next in the initiative order is the other bot who used a standard action to call something with a radio action, but will begin to move towards you. 2, 3, 4. There we go. And you notice this one has a long stride as he begins to move over. So next in the initiative order, what's up?
As long as Monolith Draglines stride over there.
Yeah, getting pretty close.
Okay, cool, good to know.
That's the case for now. We'll see if
It's gonna
that
grab
remains
my
the
nose.
case.
Oh, sick.
All right, so that being said, next in initiative order, we have Dragline.
Sick.
All right, so we are at the base. Nice. We'll move. 5, 10, 15, 20. And so Graves looks pretty big, right?
Yeah.
Is there what are the rules on jumping? Because it seems like there's like a 15-foot distance between B and the actual highway.
Good question. I know here we go. It requires either an athletics or a driving test skill. Okay, cool.
Oh man.
Okay, so instead of rolling against a difficulty, you roll your skill test and add or subtract a certain amount based on the jumping table. They have a jumping table here. And let me just run that through you real quick. If you do a standard long jump, you jump a distance of -10. In fact, this is on page 171 if you guys want to read along. But if you do a running 10-foot long jump, you roll your athletics test or acrobatics, and then just subtract 5 if you're doing a running jump. And now you are huge, right, Alex? So you also get a +10 for any size larger than large, which I believe is in your case. You get a +10 to their jump rolls. So you would roll your skill test and add 5, pretty much is how the math works out.
Okay, and all right, yeah, I think I'll try that when I get over because it seems like it would save me some movement.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to use my standard action to move though. I don't know why it's not. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Oh, W will be that. Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20. And then I'm going to use my free actions to go. I suppose 5 and then 10. Yeah, just kind of beelining for Graves.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, so Dragline begins to build up speed as he just kind of crushes the gravel under him. Next in the initiative order after Dragline, we have Sparrowhawk, who is up above behind the cover of this rock. Madeline, if you're speaking, I can't hear you. I can hear you through the door, but not... Oh, my bad. Yeah, I was hearing you like very faintly through the door. Like, yes, of course.
Okay. I am going to use the measuring tool to see how far I am away from these poor bastards. Oh, wow, that's really fucking far away. Okay. So, how far away are you? Oh, Jesus fuck, 70! I should have been on the other side of the bridge this whole damn time. Alright, so... Yeah, I will use... Can I move? Can I use my standard action to move? No, that's stupid. Never mind. I'm gonna fire from my position, which is somehow less stupid. I'm gonna use a couple of free actions to aim, and I'm gonna come up from the rock. Have the rifle ready on Fixer, I guess its name is?
Yes, the white one? Yes.
Poor fucking bastard. And I'm gonna shoot him. I don't know what an upshift does, but I'm gonna take what? 4 of them? 3 of them?
So if you're using 3 actions to aim, that's the cap for adding to your aim.
Okay.
So you're going to take 3, and then you're adding 1 more from your daily training. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah. Okay. So instead of 3d6, that's what?
So how are we getting the 3d6? Is that what
for
you...
targeting, I have d10. So
Okay.
that's 1d12, 2d8, 3d6, and then...
Sorry, the PDF did that thing where it stops searching for stuff.
Yeah. No worries.
Here we go, got it. Okay, so you had a d10, and you're upshifting 3 times with your aim. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, with targeting.
Okay, yeah, so after a 3d6 is an auto success.
I shoot the bastard from way too fucking far away.
Okay, yeah, so Sparrowhawk pops up in her jet form just to get a line, a clear shot. Boom, and clips Fixer, who will grab his shoulder, and you hear him cry out, go, "Ah!" As fluids kind of spray out of it. And he shouts out. Yeah, he takes 1 damage, and you hear him shout out to Graves, and who is the other one? He goes, "Graves! This was no joke! We gotta take cover!" And Graves will shout out and says, "Perhaps for you. To me, they are just brave blood." So in the next initiative order, we will have... Yeah. Next initiative order, we will... Unless you want to do anything else.
I duck back behind cover. I pop out like a fucking boss, and I shoot. I take a pot shot, and then I duck back down.
Okay. So next, after Sparrowhawk, would have been the Blue Devil, who's out of commission. And after that is Doc Marlin. Doc Marlin's still in his bot form. It's going to move... Let me see here. How far apart is this? Because as a lookout, I can. Oh shit! Actually, I meant to be in my car form since we were riding in. This is my bad. We're an icon. Actually, I lost my place. Where was I? There. So I get what, 45 feet of movement. So I can do 90 if I dash. So Doc Marlin, still in car form, is going to haul ass over here, and then he's going to use his full movement speed to buy another 20 feet. And you see Doc gets on the conveyor belt as he begins to ride. It is turned off. So he hauls ass over to it, and he calls out over to Dragline, and he says, I think perhaps we can either activate this conveyor belt, or perhaps I can reverse its polarity to move in the direction we so choose. Or we can just try to jump across and pound these poor fools.
I was going to jump.
All right. You're going to jump? Okay.
I mean, that was his plan. He would not mind if Doc Marlin was going to activate the conveyor belt.
Okay. I will say, so if you guys do an awareness check in a terrain field, I'll let you know there's anything you can interact with certain skills, and that'll be a free action. But we'll do that in you guys' next turn. So that was Doc taking his 20 feet, 10%, 90%. Okay, cool. Yeah, so with that, Doc will end his turn. So next in the initiative order, we have Graves. So you see Graves, after seeing Sparrowhawk take a shot, is going to transform into his alt form.
Oh no, I made him angry.
And you see his alt form is a hearse that begins to approach.
Death approaches.
Yeah. Now, hold on, let me pull up some stats real quick.
This is my favorite. I have no qualms. Let me go here, gentlemen.
Yeah, the thought occurred to me while driving the other day, and I was like, you know what I haven't seen in a while? A hearse.
It's because everyone died inside. We shoved their bodies in up. I'm just kidding.
All right. Yes, see, it begins to haul ass, tearing through.
Oh, fuck!
As it moves 90 feet in its alt form, you hear hearse as its hood begins to open ever so slightly, and he says, can you feel it? Your grave, it yawns for you. And that's my poor attempt at a Transylvanian accent, but that's the gist. All right, cool. And with that, we now have the Fixer in the initiative. You see Fixer is going to move. Fixer's going to move 40 feet over here behind some of these devices and take cover, giving you 2 downshifts on any rifle attacks you have, Madeline.
That makes sense.
And he, too, is going to essentially try to take some pot shots at you. This one is done with 2 downshifts because of your cover.
19, please.
Ooh, that's a nat 1. So as he fires his... What's up?
I said he explodes.
Yeah, as he fires his rifle, you hear the familiar sound of a clunk. And you hear Graves shout, "You fool! Be careful! These machines are volatile." He says, "This equipment is volatile." Blah. And one of the computers here begins to spark. Here we go. This will do.
Spark.
And we now have, yeah. Whoops. There we go. And we now have a hazard here in this area. That's still the wrong area. Sorry. There you go. Dang it. Sorry, these controls are fucking fighting me. There. I should do it. Yeah, we now have a hazard in that red circle. And you see that the other machines around begin to kind of interact and spark, and red lights begin to go off all over the place. So next in initiative order, we have Dragonline.
Okay, so like you say that if we're in a vehicle form when we attempt to jump, it's a driving check.
Correct.
Okay, cool. I was just in the middle of, or rather, I was just about to look into like what jumping involves when you're in bot form.
It'll be either if,
yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, it'd be driving. Correct.
So in that case, I think I'm going to use my standard action to transform and use my movement as well as my free actions to move a total of 55 feet.
Okay, cool.
All right.
And if you're, if you want to move yourself in whichever direction you so
20,
choose.
25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, and 55. Okay, and that's my turn.
Nice. All right. Yeah, so Dragline hauls ass as he converts and begins to charge forward. You hear Fixer go, Graves! Graves, not leaving here, are you? And your Graves says, I'm after a prey. So next in initiative order, we will have Sparrowhawk.
Man, poor bastard. Okay, so has Graves been shot at all?
No. He's at full health.
Okay. Shifting into bot form is a standard action?
Yes. Unless you have a perk for it, but for most of us, it is a standard action.
Okay. I will plan 2 contingencies here, because the rocky terrain would count as double movement, right?
Not for you because you're a plane.
Oh, no,
or do you mean in your... For him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do is be a rat fucking bastard. I'm gonna move, because I have 60 feet of movement. I'm gonna move right here. I think that was 60 feet. Let me triple check. So from the edge of where I'm at to the edge of where that would be. Okay. I get a little bit more movement. I get 2 squares to the right. So I'm going to move here as my movement, as my full movement.
Okay.
I plan 2 contingencies. If I'm shot at all, I defend. But if I'm walked up upon, I'm going to shift in bot form.
Okay.
What are other things that I can do with my free action?
Good question. Let me look up
stuff. Can I start to try to intimidate people, or?
I suppose you could. Let me pull up the combat section on that. Because there's a whole little chunk of things you could do with your free actions.
Okay.
Free actions, combat actions. Okay, so examples of free actions include, I'm going to copy paste them onto the Discord chat. Just to simplify things. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Ignore that thing. In fact, definitely ignore that thing. Nobody look. It's the monster stat block. Nobody look.
Not looking.
That's my bad.
It's all a bunch of text. You're good.
Here it is. I don't know why that didn't copy off the PDF. Here we go.
Double check it.
There, yeah, we're good. So here we go. Example of free actions include opening something, using a simple item, aiming, pushing yourself, which is how you buy movement, safely putting a weapon or an item away, and putting a passcode. I said I wasn't going to read them out loud. Here I am doing it anyway. But essentially, consuming something, interacting with something, picking up or moving objects, right? Locating something. I would say anything that includes a role that isn't directly offensive, and by offensive I mean like damage dealing, right? Unless specified otherwise in the rulebook. Say using items, using your equipment, manipulating anything, and or making a roll for something. That would be like making an alertness roll, or I know we talked about you getting an intimidation bonus against these guys. Anything like that, yeah.
Okay. Fuck. You know what? I'm not gonna do anything. I have planned my 2 contingencies. I'm not gonna attempt to persuade him yet because persuasion is from a point of strength, and all I know is that he called something in a minute ago, and so I don't know if reinforcements are on the way. So I will move, and I will hold those 2 contingencies, which is to defend if I'm being shot at all, and if he walks up into me, standard action, I turn into my bot form.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, so Sparrowhawk. So next initiative order, we have Doc Marlin, who is going to use his movement. Yeah, he's going to move 15 feet up the conveyor belt. Then he's going to use his alternate forms ability to move in the air, which I will flavor as Doc Marlin getting those like Mario Kart wheels that just kind of hover over shit. And he is going to move 20 feet. Those 15. Let's count that separately. 5, 10, 15, 20. That's subtracted from the 45, I believe. And then, actually, this is a good thing to discuss. So whenever you have 2 different types of movement, you subtract one from the other. So in this case, I'm driving and then flying. You subtract the 20 from the 45. You don't add them. Like I don't get 65 movement if I fly at the end. In this case, the 20 is subtracted from the 45.
Good to know. So I have 30 ground movement, 30 air movement. If I move 15 ground, then I have, prospectively, 15 ground and 15 air movement left. But correct, not both together. It would be one or the other.
Yeah. So think of it this way. Let's say you have 60. You said you have 60 and 30, right? If you moved all 30 on the ground, you could still move another 30 in the air, but you wouldn't be able to combine them to do 90. Does that make sense?
I have 30 ground and 30 air, but gotcha.
Yeah. Sorry, that's I get the gist. Okay. So Doc clears the jump by using his little floating tires, and now he's going to observe this distance. Nope. So Doc is going to haul ass. In fact, he'll probably move. Yeah. Okay. So he's going to dash as his standard action, and then he's going to push himself another 20 feet. 5, 10, 15, 20. And he's going to call out over comms and say, Dragline, I will focus on this white fellow over here, and I will trust that you will handle the taller fellow.
train nods.
And says, okay, yeah, he goes, unless you want to take both, then, you can probably do that. But for now, I will follow this smaller fellow who is more to my size.
Graves first.
And he goes, fantastic. The Marlin on top of him looks over at you and nods and just shifts back. So next in the order, we have Graves himself. So Graves is going to move. Yeah. So Graves is going to move his 45 over here, but he's going to keep going an extra, what is this? An extra 10 feet. As you see, he rams the. In fact, I'm going to have a roll here. Okay, yeah, it's a 16. So he pushes the Blue Devil off the bridge into the water. And with that, he's now going to. How was his movement? And we'll say that was a standard action. Yeah. And with his next bit of movement, he's going to move back down. Yeah. And as he pushes the Blue Devil into the water, he says, Death. Sorry. He says, the activation is only the beginning. Or sorry. All right. So next in the initiative order, we have Fixer, who is going to move up 1, 2, and he's going to climb this here, which I will just have him count as double movement. 3, 4. That's about 20 feet. And he looks back at Sparrowhawk, who's being pursued by Graves, and he's going to look over at Doc, and he's going to say, "Oh, think you're a wise guy, huh? Come on!" And he's going to run over at Graves. 40. Sorry, not at Graves, at Doc Marlin. And Fixer is going to transform into his alt form, which is a Spectrum cable van. All right, and that was his movement and his standard action. Next in the initiative, actually as a free action, he'll probably prepare. What's up?
Oh, I think I just cut out again. Sorry.
Oh, it's all good. Wait, Alex, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay, cool. Sorry, just double checking. I know Discord can be janky. Yeah, so Fixer's going to prepare his weapon as a free action, and that'll be the end of his turn. So next in the initiative order, we have Dragline up ahead over by the conveyor belts.
Okay, great. I'm going to continue moving. So to start with, I've got my 45, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Standard action is also going to be movement. So I guess here's where the driving roll comes in. All
yes.
Right. Luckily, I upgraded that. So that is going to be an 18.
Okay. Is that already adding the +5?
Oh, a 23, sorry.
Okay, cool. So you directly land on the road right around here for jumping in a straight line.
Oh, sweet. Okay. So that's like 15 feet across. And so distance jumped is subtracted from movement. So then I still have 30 feet plus my 2 free actions, so 40 feet.
Nice. Okay.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. And that's my turn there.
Nice. And you hear the as your alt form tears apart the conveyor belt and leaps behind, leaving chunks, and lands with a thunderous thud or slam, probably a thunderous slam, cracking the shitty concrete of this, the asphalt of this road as you head northward. And with that, that's your entire action there. So next we'll have Sparrowhawk up in the initiative order.
Hey, Alex. Not from the front, but from the side. Because I am so fucking tempted to just fly by him and scratch up his Decepticon badge. Let's see. I'm so tempted, but also he's a monolith. I'm just expecting like a wonk. I was like, well, that's it. My flying days are over. Yeah, I'm gonna take another pot shot at him because he's well within my range for that, and I can upshift without any downshifts, and it's a fucking guaranteed hit. He's 85 away. So yeah, I will peek out of cover. I will fire with my rifle. I spend 3 free actions to aim, giving me 3d6, and with the upshift you gave me, it's an automatic success unless you'd like me to roll, in which case I'm happy to lose my upshift, because I feel like I'm using it at this point.
No, you're fine. That still counts. So feel free to... you're using your rifle, right? Just normally?
Yes, still my rifle.
Okay, because you also have your element jet, friendly reminder.
Yes, I'm waiting for an opportune time to use it. I've just learned that most of the stage is a hazard.
Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, you asked about the water bits. The water, I'm going to pull up my icon here. It runs here like a such part of the bay, and then here it's shallow, but it is covering part of the ground.
Okay, wonderful.
So you take your shot at Graves?
Yeah, Graves.
Okay.
I peek out of cover and then I duck back in.
Sounds good. Yeah, so you pop up again in an almost elegant form of guerrilla warfare, as you definitely pop up, shoot, and hover back down. And that's going to smack Graves.
1 damage, please.
Yeah.
1 sharp.
And he has his Decepticon logo. Instead of like a hearse usually has a cross on top of the car, he has the Decepticon logo directly on the roof of his car, which you shoot off, and it comically spins like one of those little steel rabbits at a shooting range as it just flips downwards. All right, so next in the initiative order, we have... Ooh,
actually, yes? Since I haven't used my move action, would you mind if I issued a command, and this would be... Alex, I don't think you're in range to hit him next turn. Do you think? Do you think you could? Do you think you would?
That would be, let's see, 55, 55, and
you're about 140 feet away.
I don't think you. Yeah.
I think it's going to be all moving next turn, and then the turn after that, maybe I can get him.
Okay. And then this would be to you, Doc Marlin. Do you think you will be in range?
Probably for a ranged attack, not a melee attack. Although Fixer is also... They're essentially running at each other, so there's a chance that both might happen.
Okay, fantastic. To Doc Marlin, peeking over, takes the shot, looks over, and the command will be, there's 1 more Decepticon badge left on the field, Doc. You mind grabbing that?
All right. Doc Marlin says... I'm trying to think of a clever thing to say it. But he goes, yeah, he says, of course, badges and guns on the desk when you leave the room. Understandable. All right. So then with that, we now have actually Doc Marlin in the initiative order. So Doc Marlin is going to move.
Fuck shit up, bro.
He gets 45 as standard movement. Oops. All right, and then what range is that? Is my blaster in range? I believe it is now with the scope on top. So the nose of the Marlin is going to shift upwards, and Doc is going to take a shot with his blaster, which I believe he gets a D2 for. Doc gets a 10, which is not enough to hit Fixer's AC, I believe.
With you get an upshift with my command, I believe.
Oh, that is correct. Okay, then let me roll that.
Yeah, you get 1 upshift.
Okay, so got it. That's another 2, so that's a 12. So that is actually enough to hit Fixer now. So Fixer's Decepticon logo, we'll say, is right on the grill or the front of it. So Doc Marlin shoots. You see a needle goes and pins the front of the car right in what would be the proverbial eye of the Decepticon logo.
Well done.
Yeah, and Doc Marlin says, "Now I just have to collect the damn thing." So next in the initiative order, we have Dragline up again. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I forgot the enemies. So after Doc Marlin is Graves, who Graves still in his alt form, sees Sparrowhawk, and then he sees Dragline approaching.
Death approaches.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's going to convert into his bot form. Oops. But as he does that, you see he dumps a coffin onto the ground. And the coffin also transforms. And you see out of it, he pulls out what seems to be almost the Cybertronian equivalent of a rocket launcher.
I don't care that he's on the wrong side of history. This man has excellent taste.
All right, so he's going to take aim. I believe the way blast attacks work is that he just hits anyone in a radius. So I'm going to just do a regular D4 roll against. In this case, probably Sparrowhawk first.
Why? I haven't done anything wrong.
Yeah, in fact, and he's probably going to move a little bit so that you're no longer in cover. Yeah, so he's gonna move his 20 feet, I think, over here, and that's enough to align with you. So he stomps over and aims his rocket launcher at you, and he gets a D4 to it. Now, Madeline, you get to choose whether you use your evasion or your toughness, which I believe your toughness is higher, right?
My toughness is higher by 1.
Okay.
19.
All right, and I'm going to use a story point to make things a little interesting here as a DM.
Yeah.
To have him roll as if he's specialized here.
That's fair.
So he gets an 18, which is not enough to hit your toughness, right?
Yeah, but I scratch up a little. You scuff up my paint, bro.
Now, I don't know if you succeed. Yeah, I don't think there's such a thing as half damage for radius attacks here, from my understanding.
I call out, "Hey, watch it! Ghost of Christmas Future!"
Yeah, so you see he shoots the rocket, which explodes with acid around you, and he says, I am merely calibrating. 1 rocket. Blah,
What the fuck? He's taking he's the Count from Sesame Street. He's Dracula.
He goes, this joke is slowly evolving on its own. Alright, so the next is Fixer, who is also charging at Doc Marlin. And he's also going to take a pot shot as his rifle is now popping off. You see the door van has slid open and an arm holding the rifle pulls out. And he's going to take a shot at Doc Marlin. And he gets a modified 22, which definitely hits Doc Marlin for 1 damage. And you hear Doc Marlin go, that stings. And it gets him definitely in what would be the windshield. And he's just a crack through it. So next in the initiative order, we have Dragline.
Well, my movement is 45, standard action of another 45, and 2 free actions. So We just measure out 100. Okay, so that's right in between those two. Okay, from the middle of the D, basically. Moving up here.
Nice.
And that's my turn.
All right. So hauling ass the dragline begins to roar at Graves. And you see Graves kind of grips. What's up?
I said every fucking time.
Yeah, sorry. Graves grips his rocket launcher, also in just a startled of a state. So next initiative order, we have Sparrowhawk.
This is... Sorry. I'm just... How do I assist Raglan in the sickest just paint smear that he's gonna make at Graves? How do I do that? I think standard action, I'm gonna have to shift into bot form. And question, I'm gonna mark up an area with blue square. Is this cover from Graves? This blue square.
Now, let me take a look, because my Albert radio kind of shat the bed here.
Oh no.
Okay, I'm gonna refresh.
Nobody touch Albo Rodeo. I might kick you out too.
Okay. Or if everyone could refresh just to be on the same page.
Okay.
Okay. And now, Madeline, would you mind drawing your blue square again?
Yeah, absolutely. It would have been like a couple tiles down from where Sparrowhawk's at whenever I load up. Yeah. Give me half a second here. This blue square here. Would I be able to be in cover from Guy? If I moved from Graves, if I'm there? Obviously not from Fixer. But he's
your
not
blue
facing.
square isn't showing up for me, but do you mean right here-ish? Did that show up for you?
No, your thing didn't show up for me. Let me... Okay, I'm currently using blue marker thing. I'm highlighting Sparrowhawk. I'm like tickling her nose with
Dude,
a
I
blue
don't see it. Okay. Yeah,
but
would you guys all
basically,
mind?
it's above the curve on the right side of the ramp, the second rock closest to that turn.
Understandable. So,
above, or I guess northeast of G?
Yeah. So if I move your icon, did that move on your screen?
No, I'll refresh.
Okay.
Oh, I actually don't see you loaded up into Owlbear. You might have to give us a new link.
Yeah, that's cool. If not, we're reaching 10 o'clock anyway, so we may want to call it here just for the sake of everybody getting enough sleep. Or how's everybody feeling?
I'm feeling okay. Alex?
Yeah, I'm feeling all right too.
Okay, then let's all check out this new link if you guys wouldn't mind.
All right. Leaving this instance of reality.
Gotcha.
Out and in.
Okay, so let me know when everyone else is here. I think everyone's good.
Yeah.
Madeline, I'm going to move Sparrowhawk back and forth. Is that moving on your screen?
I see that too.
Okay. Okay. Now, would you mind? What's up?
Blue square.
I see it too. So I said.
Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Okay. So would that count as cover from Graves is what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay. So yes, except Graves is using a blast weapon. So let me see how that reacts to cover, because I believe... that has its own mechanics under combat, I think. And I want to say that ignores cover, but I could be wrong.
That would make sense. In which case, I have a really fucking terrible plan.
I found another point where the rules might contradict, unless I'm reading this incorrectly. Because it says, when attacking with a blast effect, or you attack normally using a single test result against the defenses of all targets, fully or partially in the affected area. As you're attacking an area, as you're attacking an area, any benefits or perks for attacking a single creature do not apply. Okay, never mind. And then here, each target applies to individual benefits, such as perks and cover. And then the attacker compares their result to each target in the area. Individual targets within the area might not be affected, while others are, based on the defense scores. But cover, if I'm not mistaken, affects the attacker, not the defender. So that feels a little weird. Okay. An attack can benefit from cover only when an attack or other originates from the opposite side of the cover. Okay. There are 2 levels of cover. Cover imposes a downshift of 2. Yeah, unless I'm dumb, which might be the case. Or at least if I've missed something here. You would get the benefits of your cover, but blast checks are only supposed to be rolled once, which I find strange. So I think you would have to roll individually for each, or just subtract or add dice, I suppose, but keep the d20. I think that's probably what the game wants. But anyway, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll it with a downshift of 2 if he does target you and you're there. Does that make sense?
Okay. Because I was also happy to just kind of fly out of the base and then use the sun as cover. Because he'd have to look up into the sunlight and I would just shoot from there.
I don't know how viable that would be as a strategy.
You are very polite in saying that's absolute bullshit. Got it.
If it was D&D and you were fighting an archer, maybe, but you're fighting robots that can fly through space, so like sunlight, doesn't affect them the same way it does us, I suppose.
That's cool. All right, so I get behind the rack.
Okay, unless Lord Master Alex, what saith you to the sun blinding and Cybertronian eyes?
It seems unlikely.
Okay. The Lore Master has spoken.
The Lore Master has spoken. All right. I use 4 free actions to get 20 feet of movement to hide behind this rock. So saith the measurements. And then I will issue then with my movement a command to Dragline. And actually, it would be a question first. What's your plan?
Attack.
Then I'm gonna be like, all right, wreck it. And that's gonna be my move action. That's my standard action. I'm gonna poke out and I'm gonna shoot him. I shoot Graves with an automatic success, except because I've used all of my free actions, I will be out of cover.
Okay.
So I'll go, and I'll hover there for that moment. Because I'm expecting Dragline to just, whoop this poor boy's ass.
Alright, sounds good. So with that, you take another clean pot shot at him. As you see, he stumbles a bit, and this one actually kind of hurt him. And he says, "Oh, you still have some spunk in you. Nothing a good old rocket can fix." Oh. So next in initiative order, we have that was Sparrowhawk's turn. Doc Marlin. So Doc Marlin, who was in a pending jousting match with Fixer, is going to, as a free action, close the nose of the Marlin, and as a second free action, have it move forward into ramming position. And Doc Marlin is going to ram. Or you know what? That's a sillier thing to do when Doc Marlin. What is my humanoid movement speed? 30? Yeah, Doc Marlin is gonna do what he actually specializes in. As I learned my lesson from last time, and he's going to shrink his icon. That's a little too big. Anyway, so he's going to instead run. That's a standard action. Wait, no, standard action is converting. Okay, never mind. Sorry, change of plans. I remember why we ram shit now. That's my bad. Okay, so he's going to move his 45 feet and still have his Marlin prepped. And just head to head, he's going to ram into Fixer with his driving test, which I have also taken the quote unquote running feat as part of my origin background. So I will be doing this with advantage and a humble D2. Yeah, it was pretty useful. I literally got the same thing after last time, Alex. Except I took the Earth Spoiled.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Oh, wow, that's hot garbage. Thank God I got that advantage there. Wow, a 3 and a 2 for that test. Yeah, and you know, I'm going to burn Doc Marlin's story point for the session to not be dead weight here. That's a 13. There you go. A humble,
That's doable. That's
humble,
doable.
Respectable 13 plus the 1 in his D2. That's a whole whopping 14. So with a 14, let me double check. I believe so. I can hit the Fixer's AC here, which, sorry, not AC, his toughness. So Doc's gonna ram directly into Fixer with the Marlin, piercing the Decepticon logo yet again. And you hear Fixer cry out in pain, and that is gonna be 1 damage from Doc. Actually, I could have done that with an upshift now that I'm thinking about it because of my electrical thing, but that doesn't matter. What does matter is that, let me do it just in case I crit. Nope. So with that, Doc is able to tear into Fixer, and he, very anime style, they crash into each other, and things are still for a second as they slide past each other. And then you see the front of Fixer begins to spurt out as he goes, ah! And that'll be the end of Doc Marlin's turn. Next, we have Graves in the initiative order, who is going to rotate his coffin launcher at Sparrowhawk now, who is out of cover. And he says, "A promise is a promise, a young sky machine." And he's going to...
Young Skywalker, I thought you were going to call me.
Yeah, Sky Strider, I guess, yeah. Ooh,
19,
fuck.
please.
So, he rolled a 19 on his D20.
I'm
and
dead.
then up to a 23. Yeah, so you take the acid rocket that floats through the air. Not even floats, it just fucking tears across it and explodes. And you take 2 acid damage. Now, let me see what perk that also gives, if you don't mind me checking real quick. Acid weapons deal 1 extra damage when they hit targets that defend with toughness. So you take 3 acid damage from this attack.
I'm sparking, boys!
Yeah, because the original one does 2, and that adds an extra one. Yeah. So the rocket explodes, and you see disgusting chartreuse firework. Chartreuse? Yeah, chartreuse firework display that burns into your chassis. Next in the initiative order, we have Fixer, who is now in pain behind Doc Marlin. And he is going to peel out, or in fact, you know what? This will probably be a little more cinematic. He's going to drop a grenade.
No.
Let me see how grenades run here. I believe they're toss and then just attacking someone's AC. But this is the first time we use it on an actual target and not drones. But I want to say it's the same thing. Yeah. So he gets a +2 or D2 to his athletics. So he gets a 13 against Doc Marlin's evasion of 18. So as he drops a grenade, Doc Marlin, still in car form, is going to do a donut, which knocks it out of the way back into the facility, causing another hazard area over here as sparks begin to fly in the machine. And the doc says, "Ooh, perhaps we should try turning it off and turning it back on again." And next in this order, we're going to have Dragline charging, in the middle of his charge to Graves. So, Alex, you are up.
Yep. All right. So movement first. 5, 10, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. I'm going to use my standard action to continue moving. In so doing, I will be using the, let's see, the Monolith Special Attack Ram Driving.
You
All
get
right.
an uplift. Wreck
Thank you.
'em.
Yeah.
All right. And from Racer, I chose the specialization land vehicles, so I'll be using that for my driving, as well as the upshift means it's a D4 with an edge. I'm very grateful
Nice.
for.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Forget that was right into the mic.
That is a nat 20. A 4 on the D4.
Oh. So that's a double crit, sir. So I will let you, as always, choose between extra effects, including either more damage or, in this case, pushing the target back. Or if you want to aim for a specific limb, you could also reduce their essence score. Like if you'd say you want to convert your 2 damage to a strength, you could hit him in the arm or his evasion by hitting him in the leg. Does that make sense?
Sorry, last thing I heard was reduce their essence score.
Oh yeah, sorry. I know it's cutting off a bit. So yes, in this case, if you used your extra crit damage, I would let you target a body part to reduce their essence score by the damage you're doing, by the same damage that your ram would do, right? So let's say if you wanted to reduce his strength by 2, you could ram him in the arm, or his evasion, you could ram him in the leg. Does that make sense?
I think I'll go for the arm. It's 2 blunt damage, and it's a trip attack. And so that would be 4 in total then?
If you're double, or hold on, let me clarify. So you did 2 damage from your basic ram attack, correct?
It by default does 2 blunt damage,
and then you also want to do. Okay, and I believe it's to trip him. You just have to beat that score, right? And that works.
I think so.
In fact, let me look at that real quick. But I believe that's how it works. Yeah. But also, in addition to that, oh, I keep seeing triple.
All it says is in parenthesis 2 blunt damage, comma trip. So trip must be a condition in the later combat chapter.
Yeah, let's see here. Use unarmed condition. Roll, shove, or trip. Okay. So you can use unarmed combat or special melee weapons to move a creature or object around or knock a creature down. The target must be within range, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Roll your shove or trip attack with the following modifiers. It affects sizing and stuff.
We're the same size, I think, because he's also a monolith, right?
Yeah, you're both monoliths. Correct. He's very much one of those Transformer scenarios where they're bigger on the inside. Yeah. So you also get an upshift since you moved more than 20 feet by charging in. Okay, so a trip targets the target's evasion. Successfully shoving a target moves in. So it doesn't specify like a save or anything. So I think it's as long as you hit that associated score. which in this case you're tripping, so you're hitting his evasion, which of course a nat 20 does hit. So I'd say you for sure are able to trip him, because either way his evasion is a 16. So yeah, I believe tripping just knocks him prone. Doesn't really specify what tripping does.
I imagine it's like
Unless
probably just the movement that you have to get up.
Just prone. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see anything else. Fuck it, yeah. So for sure, you knock him on his ass, and I'm gonna type here prone. With that, boom, hard hit ram. And now, so you do trip from just succeeding in the attack, and because you double crit, I will let you decide whether you want to just do another extra 2 damage, or whether you want to convert that damage to essence damage. Meaning it doesn't do direct damage to his health, but you affect his stats. His attributes, right? That being his strength, speed, smarts, or social.
Yeah, I think I'll go for the damage. I think I'll do 4 direct damage to his health.
Okay. So as you cram into him and knock him on his ass, he hits the ground so hard, chunks of his outer bits go flying, and he's barely able to stop his sliding by slamming his arms on the ground and gripping as hard as he can. And you see he comes up sparking. Pieces of his face are kind of hanging off of it. And he says, "Ah, I see the graves are ravenous today. Perhaps we'll all go together."
We'll be making the trip alone.
And you
We'll
what?
be making the trip alone.
Oh, nice. So as you say that, in fact, go ahead and roll for alertness, the
Okay,
two
cool.
of you.
2? 2 of you, love?
You as well, Sparrowhawk. Yeah.
Okay.
I have a D2 for alertness.
Not 20,
14.
baby!
Nice. So you see he says after your thing about him making the trip alone, he goes, "The activation is only the beginning." And Sparrowhawk, you know for a fact that he's just blowing smoke out of his ass, and he is he's already sparking, but he's pretty close to being out for the count.
Alright. I will save that for my turn.
Which is now.
Fantastic. I hover up as my ship self, and I take 3 aim, and my contingency is my standard action is if he looks at me sideways, because I only have 2 health left, I shoot him, and I shoot him dead. Or at least I attempt to. Maybe he has like 2 health, but I will shoot him.
Okay.
And, or at least I want this to attempt to add to my intimidation roll or persuasion. And I'm gonna be doing this in a particular way because I have experimented on it. Whenever I spark, I get a glitch. And it's just a speech thing. But let me think about what I want to say to him. Okay. All right. If you stop fighting now, we can discuss the terms of your surrender. And with those verbal glitches, anytime that happens, her rotors will also skip.
Okay. Now you do get this with a upshift because of your takedown of Blue Devil with the crit. So go ahead and roll your intimidation.
I would like this to be persuasion, since I'm trying to, we can discuss the terms of your surrender.
Okay, that makes sense. Then go roll with persuasion then.
We're kind of doing a good cop, bad cop thing.
Who's bad cop?
I'm bad cop.
The man that
It's
tore across the battlefield in 2 just to punch a man with his face.
think Doc's the only good cop here.
That's true.
And he's
All right, I got a 17 on my roll, and I got a 1 for the upshift. So, ouch! It's an 18 for persuasion.
18, and I think that rolls against willpower or cleverness. I think they get to decide. His cleverness is 12, so it's a little higher. But he stops, and he looks at the two of you, and he says, and he goes, "Admittedly, I am but one member of the Mortal Coils in charge of these buffoons." And he gestures at Blue Devil's resting place and over at Fixer. As he's still prone, so he's doing that thing where if you ever lay down and talk to someone by kind of curling up or kind of doing like a slight ab crunch. And he says, "What can you guarantee me as part of my surrender? Perhaps my survival, or if not, escape."
Let's see. Well, aside from wanting him to defect to the Autobots, we can repair him, and we can bring him to my captain, who will probably... But, hang on. Repair him is one of the things we can offer. We want information on what this base is doing here. I don't mind letting him go, because typically people will run to places of safety whenever they're injured enough. So we could just watch where he goes. So I will offer repairs and the ability to either come with us and be booted up to full health if if Cup says that's okay. Yo, Cup, is it okay if I bring over some friends? And I'll just half repairs, I guess, for now. We'll get you up to working order if you give us information so that you can decide you want to leave. Or if your cause is really worth it. Or if you're willing to die for your cause. That's the phrase.
Okay, and he says, "And where will these repairs take place?"
Here. We have a good...
Yeah. And you guys hear the sound of Doc Marlin. You hear the explosion that would have gone off earlier as Doc Marlin knocks the grenade off. And he goes, I see. I'm unfamiliar with the term doctor. Actually, I take that back. He would have worked in a mortuary, so I guess he says, "Oh, do doctors not..." What's up?
I was like, I'm unfamiliar with the repairs that the doctor do. I thought he just cut open.
I don't know if a mortuary is considered a doctor. I might have just offended an entire career of people. He says, I have heard that doctors often fail in their procedures, leading to, a hearse to pick up a corpse. But I believe your earnestness, and definitely believe in your rifle's barrel." And you see he was holding onto a chain that was tied to his coffin rocket launcher, and he holds it up and lets it go. And he says, "Okay, I will comply with your requests. If you promise to repair me, I will let you know. I will let you live." He looks around and he says, "And we'll cooperate."
Very cool. Good. Switch into bot form. I guess. Or whenever it's everyone's turn. Whenever we leave combat.
Okay. So Sparrowhawk's turn. Next is Doc Marlin, who is back to back with Fixer. So Doc Marlin's going to potentially say, "You heard the lady?" Sorry, I take that back. I forgot. Sparrowhawk is saying that. He's like, "You heard the talking plane. Either you comply now, or we do this a little longer and you end up just like those terminals over there. And he's going to roll a disadvantage for his intimidation, because Doc Marlin is not an intimidating fellow with a giant fish on his head.
No.
That's a 2. So that'll be his free action. And Fixer will say, the only way I'm going quietly is if you get me to the bottom of the ocean. And Doc Marlin, yeah, Doc Marlin says, then you tell me. And he transforms and says, you tell me what the stingrays feel like. And next in initiative order, we're going to have, actually that was his standard action and a free action attack. He'll use another free action to ready his rapier. I don't believe I can do anything else. I'm gonna, yeah, that's it. So next in initiative order, we would have had Graves, who, like I said, at this point will stand up, but let go of his weapons. You see, he also pulls out another couple of weapons from his hard points. He puts down a shotgun and a standard blaster, and another axe as well. Actually, you know what? It's a shovel. Let's go with the theme a little more. He pulls like a weaponized shovel, almost like a army entrenching tool that transforms and he drops on the ground as well.
Fucking Ghost of Christmas Future. I knew it.
So next in this order we have Fixer, who's going to also turn to Doc Marlin and transform as well. Where is it? There it is. Little white bot. All right, and then that'll be most of his standard action. As a free action, he's going to ready. He's probably going to pull out just a basic combat knife, or it's a weaponized screwdriver since he is Fixer. All right, and with that, we now have Dragline the initiative order near a prone and subdued Graves.
Dragline, last.
You could still totally punch.
This is a war crime, man. Dragline will ask Doc, "You need assistance?"
Doc will probably size up Fixer and say, I believe I have this one covered.
Alright, in that case, Dragline is going to transform using a standard action and use his couple of free actions to take the rocket launcher, as well as the shotgun, and turn to Sparrowhawk and say, "Do you have a preference?"
A healing kit. Looks at the.
He looks at his hands. Neither one seems to fit the bill.
All right, and you hear overcomes. Yeah, Dark Marlin says, "If you give me but a moment, I will also address your wounds."
All right. Yeah, I guess I'll just move like 20 feet down just in case. He's ambling along.
That's good. Also, feel free to add those weapons to your inventory for the time being. And the way I think I'm gonna have to workshop this a little bit, but the way I think I'll approach weapons that you pick up from enemies or loot is that they'll be added to the requisition pool. If you're not trained in it, you'll be considered trained in it if you want to practice with it. Or I will lower the roll for the requisition for it, that specific item. Since technically you guys are the ones that, encountered it.
Don't know, won't hurt him.
Yeah. So Sparrowhawk, you're up.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. I have 5 free actions with... No, I have 6, because it's 8 minus 2.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's 30 extra movement. I I'm just coming over here to be as intimidating as fuck. Like, I'm gonna zoom across half of this stage and just hover above, what is it, move 150 feet all the way fucking basically here. Oh no, please make square. Sir, no, please! There we go. Like, here. That's 50, right? Just in case guy needs help. Oh god, I sold myself 10 feet short. Okay, well that's fine. I'm just gonna move all the fuck over here. And still like
Okay. So you commit
be there
to
like
you commit to dashing over and tear across the sky. Your presence behind Doc Marlin is an intimidating one.
you don't fight alone. I guess I'll say overcomes.
Sounds good. So next initiative order, Doc Marlin will go on the offensive, and this time he is fencing, so he gets to use his specialization. And that is a wow. Okay, so that's literally best case scenario. Not quite, but okay. So that's a 26, which is over double. So this counts as a crit. So Doc Marlin is going to pull out his now electrified rapier. Oh, I forgot I do with an upshift too. So shift in D8 actually. Oh, those are the two. Never mind. So 28. So Doc Marlin gets a 28 to fence, and he dashes in, and with the one sweep or one fell swoop. That's the old saying. With one fell swoop, he dashes almost Oro style. He smacks the Decepticon logo off by cutting around it, and holds the blade up. In fact, I don't know if there's a... Yeah, we'll see. He just deactivates Fixer by cutting off his knees, I guess. That seems fucking heinous. I don't know.
Luke Skywalker's him so that he can't hold the blaster.
Maybe that'll be... Yeah, I'll just cut an arm off. That seems decent. Anyway, so he cuts an arm off, but with the electrified component of the rapier, it does electrocute Fixer. As he falls to his knees, and Doc Marlin catches him before he hits the ground, and he says, shh, easy. It'll be time before you go sleeping with the fishes. And he lays him down gently, and he says, okay, now we can do this in order. Sparrowhawk, feel free to come down. I'll take a look at you.
I am bot form now.
All right. So with that, I think this will be a good cutoff point for the session. So Sparrowhawk lands in front of Doc Marlin. Let me get Owlbear, queued up so that we can have that ready for next session. Yeah. So with Sparrowhawk in front of Doc Marlin being repaired, we have Graves kind of following Dragline in tow, since he's now essentially a prisoner. But before we end the session here, is there anything else you guys would like to add or do?
Yes. To Fixer, give me that earpiece.
So, Cybertronians just communicate via like their built-in radio stuff. They don't use external equipment to communicate, unless they're communicating like very far. Then they would need to use something to boost something like interstellarly. But if you want, I will let you do a technology roll to try to hack into their communication channel via using like Fixer as kind of like a terminal to do so. If that makes any sense.
As your field commander, I would like to delegate this to someone with with the technology skill, because I would have.
We don't have ranks.
Okay. Yeah. Doc Marlin says, we do not have ranks, but just like I can fix things, I can also deconstruct them in a way and figure out what it is. So if you permit me, I can take a look.
Please.
So Doc Marlin, you're giving me an upshift for that?
Yes, I would actually be lending aid And as a bureaucrat, you get both an edge and an upshift, I believe.
Okay. So usually I get a D6 to technology. I'm going to roll a D8 and with advantage. And that comes out to 24. So as Doc is repairing Sparrowhawk, in fact, let me roll for that now. Actually, hold on. Let's resolve this, and then next session we'll do the granular bit of repair. So Doc is able to channel in and says, "Okay, you should be able to hear this now." And you hear over comms, "The bombs are all planted now. Just like we said, we're right on schedule. I'm gonna pull the button." And it gets really quiet, and you hear the sound of an explosion, both over comms and also off in the distance. And you hear the sound of robotic laughter go, and he says, "The mortal coils shall leave their mark on this small, pathetic human settlement." And you hear, like I said, the commotion off in the distance, along with some screams almost. And then you hear the sound of a truck kind of pulling away, pulling off, followed by the low rumbling sound that Cup had mentioned last time, that almost seems to penetrate all comms. And almost immediately afterwards, you hear over comms Delphinium chime in and be like, guys, we got a problem. The Decepticons just set off a bomb on a bridge, and there's people falling into the water and stuff, and I want to help, but I'm in a boat form right now." And with that, unless Alex, you wanted to declare anything before we wrap up, we will end our session.
Before hearing the news of the bomb, but yeah, manageably so. Even afterward, I think he's going to try to recover the body of the Blue Devil, as to add to the pile of propulsion parts for Grimlock.
Great. So one thing you can do is, I mentioned the chain, or the coffin had a chain on it, right? You can use that in combination with your like anchor,
exactly,
anchor pickaxe wedge to literally just, so go ahead and give me a might check.
D7.
27? Nice. Yeah, so with the 27, you definitely pull out the Blue Devil. And you see Graves looks at you and he goes, "I thought perhaps you would get some assistance to piece him together later. But, you know, is he part of the bargain too?"
He is of a different bargain.
And he says, "I see. So that would be 2 bargains. And with that,
shoot yourself in the face.
You what?
I said Sparrowhawk shoots herself in the face twice. That's the only amount of HP I have left.
And he goes, 2 bullet wounds. And with that, we will end our session. I'm going to stop the recording for my own sake.
Sorry, I mean,